Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it all for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love. For the love, for the love, for the love. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it all for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love of it all. For the love, for the love, for the love. Swear I just wanna be somebody. Outside trying to meet somebody. Said we just way too dumb and drunk, and I just say I'm 21. I don't know what just me but tell you what, let me dream. Take it someplace you ain't never been. If we break up, just don't make a scene. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it all for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love. For the love, for the love, for the love. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it all for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love of it all. For the love, for the love, for the love. Don't always know what to say, but I can't let you go. Where we going after this? Hey, you never know. One thing I know for sure is everything will end. Meet me in the next life and we can try again.
Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back. It is another moody, messy, whatever you want to call it, Monday. You know what I'm saying? And I got a little something to talk about tonight. Something that, I've been kind of talking about all day. It seems that there's a certain topic that's been floating around. That men are and women are talking about. And I say, hey, why not? Let's discuss it tonight if the people come out. Yeah, I'm saying, like I said, it's a lot of platforms on now, a lot of different stuff happening. So we're going to stay on for a couple of hours and see what we can do for the topics here. Maybe we can help. Maybe we can define some things and get an understanding. Maybe we could come to a consensus. I'm hoping. I'm not mad if we don't, because I've been on lives all day, and there has been no consensus yet. So I'm thinking maybe over here at Evolution Era Media, you know what I'm saying? The YouTube channel, we do amazing things over here, and we get to a lot of stuff. So maybe we can help, but who knows? I have millions of clips that will help us on everything pertaining to the topic that we have tonight. But before I give you the name of the topic that we have tonight, what I'm going to do is, first, let me introduce myself. Yes, I am your girl, Evolution Brooklyn of Evolution Era Media. You can find me on all platforms, okay, as Evolution Era Media, all one word, except Facebook. Shout out to everybody on Facebook. On Facebook, where we are streaming tonight. Yeah, I'm saying I've been getting some really good comments from my Facebook friends, and those just want to see what the show is about. They keep hearing about the show. My name over there on Facebook, it is Destiny with 2 E's. Destiny, Evolution Brooklyn, all one word, Evolution Brooklyn, and Jae. All right. Yeah, I'm saying I'm Destiny J over there. So y'all follow me, you know what I'm saying, and see what we talking about over there on Facebook. Because I'm going to be honest, Facebook loves YouTube. But they somebody asked me, hey, can you bring some of these conversations over there? I said, you know what, I can. We can revise some of these, topics that we had tonight. And we go over there and get it done. Like, it's no problem. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope you guys are also. And on X, which is the old Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I've been filling that out to see how that works and everything. And I'm sort of ready to start doing, couple of topics over there and see how the people talking and see if we can get some new people, I'm saying, in the mix with us. My name over there is UniqStarBrand. That's UniqStarBrand. UniqStarBrand. So y'all can definitely follow me over there, and everywhere people follow me, I do follow back. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know on Instagram where y'all get all the information and stuff. It is Evolution Era Media, all one word. You know what I'm saying? So before I shout out my people and say what's up, you know what I'm saying? I want to give y'all the topic for tonight. You know what I'm saying? So at least y'all can get y'all mind around, some of the stuff we were talking about. Now, y'all know last week, and I'm just making sure that I got this right. Last week, we talked about a couple of things, right? So there was a thing we were talking about, like traditionalism. We also talked about self-sabotage and a lot of different things, right? But I think that it seems that the reason why we're so disconnected is we don't understand each other on one dominant, one really big playing field, right? So let me just give y'all the topic for tonight. And I also want to make sure that I put the link up because I don't want to hold you guys down so long like I usually do while I'm talking. I want y'all to definitely come up and holler at your girl. So tonight's episode, you know what I'm saying, it is Evolution Era Podcast. It's episode 39. We getting into it. Now we talking about the effects of modern masculinity versus modern femininity. Now, what we're not doing tonight is we're not having a debate. We're not going at each other. You know what I'm saying? I just want to break some things down and maybe if I give you guys a basis, you know what I'm saying, on what each is and how they they go into each other, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we can understand each other a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Now, since I've done that, let me shout out the people, the evolutionaries in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get to Facebook and I'll shout y'all as y'all come in. Also on Instagram, I said, hey, why not go to Instagram? And I know some people be watching, but they too scared to come over here to YouTube. Y'all say y'all got to get out of that. But, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'll rock with you for right now until you get your Instagram page together. If y'all ever want to, I'm sorry, your YouTube page together. If you ever want to know how to do that, y'all need some help, y'all holler at me in my DMs, and I'll definitely make sure I hold you down so you can come over here and subscribe and get with the team. All right? You know what I'm saying? Get with the team. All right? So we got the king in the building. Hey, Hassan. We got Hassan to here show. You got him in the building. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. King, how you doing? King, good to have you in the building. Also, we got the king, Wilson Bab. Yes, and good evening, Wilson Bab. Shout out to you, King. It's good to have my kings in here. Because the first thing that I'm going to hit on is modern masculinity. And I want y'all to let me know how y'all feel, if I'm hitting it right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm on point. Y'all let me know. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening tonight. I'm not bashing nobody. I'm not combative. I just want to see what you think. And some shows going to be like that. I just want to listen and see what's in the opposite sex's mind. You know what I'm saying? See how maybe, we can help or we can just listen and learn. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And also, we got the king in the building. All right, shout out to Richard Reed. Shout out to you, King. Yes, good evening to the live stream. Yeah, we in the building. Now, this is the thing, right? So, the first thing and what I always do, and it always gives like a basis to what we're talking about, right? Before I go over to Instagram, I'll be over there in 1 minute, y'all. Let's do it. So let's talk about it. Y'all know I do this thing where I give y'all the definition on the spot. You know what I'm saying? On the spot, we giving definitions tonight, right? So let's just type that in and see what we came. Now, I had it earlier so I could get the clips, but I want us to be here. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's two versions of what I'm looking at, and let's just talk about it, right? So modern masculinity, right, is a concept that challenges traditional, often rigid, now remember that, notions of manhood, emphasizing vulnerability, emotional intelligence, and inclusivity, which also is acknowledging the ongoing evolution of gender roles and societal expectations, right? So let's get into it, right? So they have key aspects of modern masculinity. I'm matter of fact, I'm gonna just read this off to you. I already got these notes. I'm gonna read this off to you, right? So they got some of the key aspects of modern masculinity, right? They got challenging traditional stereotypes. So those traditional roles that we always talking about. Oh, I want to be like grandpa. Oh, I want to be like grandma. We know those roles are so changed. Like those roles are really hard to put into society today. But I'm gonna read it to you. It says modern masculinity rejects the idea that men must be stoic, dominant, and emotionally repressed. Now, this is another thing about that stoic thing. We're gonna talk about it more. You know what I'm saying? Dominant, it's saying that they reject the idea of a man being dominant. That's all I know. I had, men in my life, fathers that were always dominant. You know what I'm saying? Now, they have a thing where they say that today's agenda for the modern man is to get as far away from grandpa as humanly possible. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm be honest, if you look at this, it sounds about right. You know what I'm saying? So when men say that, okay, I'm gonna agree with y'all because this sounds about right. You know what I'm saying? I see what y'all saying. Shout out to the T Lounge. Shout out to you, Queen. We got another one. We have embracing vulnerability. Now that encourages men to express their emotions and acknowledge their vulnerabilities rather than suppressing them. Now, y'all know that I am big on suppressing men's emotions. I'm going to tell you why. Not because I'm mean or, I just want to make men suffer and things like that. It's because I didn't see that growing up. And that is, to me, it's a big weakness that a lot of today's men have. You crying on my shoulder like a little girl. How am I supposed to then want to still be up under your coverage? That's what men have been saying all day. If I'm seeing you a lot at your weakest, most feminine point, that's where a lot of women, they start to lose respect. And I'm not the only one. I talk about this all the time, Hey, Queen, shout out to you, Corset.
Hello, beautiful.
Yes. I mean, you just that time, Queen. If you want to tell them, introduce yourself and tell them where to find you and support you at, I'm all down for that.
All right. Hi, everybody. It's Corseted Comedy. You can find me everywhere at Corseted Comedy. I'm Delilah, your corseted comedian. And thank you for enjoying the show. Thank you for supporting Evo. And run us some money. You've been here how long? Run us some money. What are you doing? Y'all supposed to be masculine? So we balling out of control? Why women is always every week supporting, making it rain around here? The real masculine energy is what these ladies got. Because y'all dudes are soft.
Thank you
for joining
Queen.
Anyways with your soft cheeks.
Thank you, Queen. I appreciate you. I'm trying to break down modern masculinity, right? So I told him exactly what it is, and now I'm breaking down some of like the key factors, right? So we got towards two. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm doing this. It's a big reason why I'm doing this, right? And I'm just want to hit on the last two, and then I'm gonna explain why this is happening. All right. So we got another one, right? So we had traditional stereotypes, challenging them. We also had embracing vulnerability, right? Ooh, it's a lot of them. I ain't gonna go through all this, but it is a lot of them. Okay, promoting emotional intelligence. Now you hear certain men always talk about emotional intelligence, like Daryl. Y'all know Daryl always talks about that. Very important when it comes to men. They say modern masculinity values self-awareness, empathy, and the ability to understand and manage emotions, which when we were talking about that vulnerability thing, right? We also got redefining roles. Now that's what's happening with this modern versus traditional type thing. It recognizes that men's roles are evolving and they are not solely defined by being providers or protectors. I'm gonna tell y'all something. You know how damaging that is. I must have wrote that differently because if I had saw that, I'd have titled this a little different. You know how dangerous it is to tell a man not to be a provider and a protector. That is taking away their nature, their what they were put on this earth to do. Like, what are we talking about? This is the stuff. Now let me tell you something. Then you have women like me, like Corset, that hey, we not babying you. We not telling y'all can't cry on our shoulder. We want you to be a man. We're vilified, but America wants you to be as feminine as you can be. They want to take all your dominance away, your masculinity. They want to make you women. Hence, what you see now, all these soft men, this soft guy era thing. You get what I'm saying? And I'll play a clip. I talked about soft guy era a long time ago, and a lot of people know me from that. You know what I'm saying? From that one clip. Y'all see what they doing to y'all, and then y'all come over here and be like, "Oh my God, y'all are aggressive. I can't believe they're talking to you like this. I can't." Yo, so you want to wear a dress like in all the movies? I'm just saying, like what we talking about here? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get it together and start listening to each other so we can understand what's going on. Now, we are going to break down modern femininity when we get to it. We definitely are going to do that. Right now, we're focusing on the men. I'll be here all day giving y'all a lot of this stuff. Okay, here's another one. Promoting inclusivity. I did talk about that. It encourages men to be allies to women and other marginalized groups and to challenge harmful stereotypes and biases. Now, that's very positive. You know what I'm saying? Very positive. Now, let me tell you something. The way we going in America, y'all going to have to stand with y'all women. And y'all women that look like us. Because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. All those Karens, and I'm just thinking about this, and stuff that really love y'all. I don't know if they're gonna pick you over their God-given, their blood right families, especially if y'all are not doing as good as them. I wanted to talk about that. You understand? Where is the loyalty that Karen has to Hakeem, to Jamal? How far does that loyalty go if Jamal can't bounce a basketball anymore? If Jamal can't hit a golf club? If Jamal can't swing a tennis racket? You know what I'm saying? If Jamal, I don't know, what else is a black sport? If Jamal can't say another lyric because ain't no money for nobody else to buy it. I'm just saying, where's the loyalty at? This is what I be talking about. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you something. We go on and on. I give y'all another one for what I said. Continual evolution. Modern masculinity is not a static concept, but rather a dynamic and evolving one that is shaped by societal changes and individual experiences. Now, let me tell you what that is. That's that picking and choosing thing. You know what I'm saying? That's that, how can I say it? They really don't want you to evolve. And if they do want you to evolve, they want you to evolve into the most feminine man that you can ever be. Because guess what? Women don't want feminine men. Some do, don't get me wrong. But it's another ploy to divide the sexes, to keep us apart. You know what I'm saying? And we got to stop picking and choosing, you know what I'm saying, what we're going to follow and what we're not, and get on one solid ground, one standing point. You get what I'm saying? Hey, I got some clips, you know what I'm saying? Corset, did you want to say anything about anything that I said or add anything? Because I'm going to start playing some random clips and all that.
I tend to agree with you for the most part. But today, not so much. Ain't no they making nobody soft. Ain't no they making these brothers not pay bills. They don't want to pay bills. They don't want to protect. They want to be broke. They want to live broke. They want to be taken care of. They want to be soft boys. And can I blame them? Can I blame them? But if you want to be soft boy around here, you're going to bend over. If I'm the man of the house, I keep saying, if I'm the man of the house, best believe you're going to be the lady of the house and you're going to bend over. And that's what we need to start. If you want to be in the soft boy, if you want to play PlayStation all day, you're going to open your mouth when I come home and I'm a thrust. Right?
See?
While you playing the game, brother. While you playing the game.
That's true. There cannot be two kings. Let me tell you something. I was in the spaces today, and shout out to the host of that spaces. If some of y'all was in there, y'all know what I'm talking about. And I delivered facts. I delivered facts on feminism because there was a narrative run that Black women shouldn't have got into white women's feminism, and and how Black women want to work because they don't want to stay at home, and my remarks were this, and it was a lot of hate speech, hen house being thrown and bees this and bees that. And I only said a couple of things, and y'all know me. I am not the softest when I talk, especially when I am delivering cold-hearted facts. I gave them the unadulterated truth on the facts of how feminism was started to help men and women. You know what I'm saying? I broke down how the voting rights, civil liberties, everything I could, gender equality. Excuse me. And
it
also,
helps the Black man specifically. Let's
yes,
men,
we didn't do that for us only. Man. Thank you. That was for both of us. Whereas for centuries, the woman has been trying to ascend with her man. She has never left her man behind to ascend. You know what I'm saying? Or her family. It's not us that walk out. You get what I'm saying? And I also gave them a point about how 57%, more than 50% of Black households are ran by Black single mothers. So how can anybody say that women, oh no, they want to work. They don't want to sit at home and be taken care of. They don't want to just, take care of their children. We're in survival mode. The majority of women are right now in survival mode. They don't have any help. Then I also said that the hate speech, so a woman had said misogyny earlier. And I said, I think that misogyny is a trigger to Black men when you say they're misogynistic. I said, let's be honest. Some Black men, they hate Black women, but they love Black vagina. Some men hate all women and just love vagina. You get what I'm saying? Why I say that? Oh my God, it went crazy. Who you talk to? So now you know me. I'm from Brooklyn. Once you do all that huffing and puffing, now I gotta tell you how I feel. So I told the man, I'm saying, that I think he got internal issues and he needs he needs a therapist because he is and that's what everybody did. Oh my God. I'm like, because he's so defensive. I wasn't even thinking about him when I was talking about men leading. You know what I'm saying? I eventually later on, because he stopped talking, that was the woe is me, he a victim. I said, you know what? I'm going to do what they told me to do in therapy. My therapist told me that, you talk very strong. You have good facts, good thoughts, but you talk very strong. Everybody's not going to be able to take it. So sometimes you just going to have to apologize for the fact that you may have hurt somebody's feelings. So that's what I did. Yo, cause said me apologizing was, oh no, you must be narcissistic, and I wasn't feeling bad, and I didn't stop talking because of what you said. And I could have ripped his heart out of his chest right there. Y'all know me.
He crashed out at the apology.
At the apology. And I said, you know what? Everybody knows me. I could really rip his heart out and make him cry. I said, but you know what? I'm getting better. I'm not in therapy for nothing. Y'all have been very proud of me today. And I said, you know what? I'm going to let him have it. I'm going to let him get back with his friends. And I'm going to let him talk and do his thing. So I calmed down. You know what I'm saying? And I left it like that. It did not bother me. Usually be like, you apologize for that soft. Nah, it did not bother me one bit. Because I was like, my therapy is working for me. Because I know what I'm capable of. Yes. But let me tell you something about that. There's no emotional intelligence there, none. You know what I'm saying? There's no room for, think about it. Emotional intelligent brother would have said, damn, she don't really know me. What has she seen or what has she heard to make her say that to me? You know what I'm saying? Because I do that sometimes. Like, damn, that really hurt some feelings. Well, why am I like, is it something that he did? Is it something that I did? But not thinking like that. Only thinking is, oh, they're attacking me. Woe is me. I don't rock with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I stand up in front of a million people, a million crowds, and say what I got to say. You can say whatever you want to say, but I'm going to still be me, and I love me. But see, this is the problem. Now, if I'd have went up there and coddled, like some women did, you go out there and you coddle, you tell them how great they are, this and that, they never get better. That's a disservice. We're doing each other a disservice. Not saying that I know it all, but yeah, I'm saying if you would have been there, you'd have understood.
The apology was a crash out. He sensed weakness. He was like, I sense weakness. Let me try to, and it was like, it's not being weak. I sense that I hurt your feelings. I'm trying to.
Yes, and nobody said anything, and I guess they was waiting for me to crash out. Now I don't have to do that because you showing how small you are, right? I don't have to do none of that. I made my points, and my points are valid, and everybody said so. You crashed out. That's not on me.
You broke him with the truth. Yes. What, you need to finish him? Like, no.
Yes.
You broke him by mistake. The truth hurt.
And one thing about therapy, when you are in therapy, you can see a lot of stuff that you do and other people do. If they ask for it, especially in an aggressive way, and you call it out, are you wrong? You wanted my attention, I gave it to you. You know what I'm saying? But hey, this is why I say I am never going to be I'm never going to coddle to men because I didn't see that growing up.
Yeah.
I didn't see nobody coddle. So I saw my mother treat my father like a kid, but she never coddled. You had to get up, get it out the mud. She don't want no soft in the house because she was also raising her son. You know what I'm saying? And he was about one of the hardest dudes I knew. My father was one of the hardest dudes I knew. And at any point in time, if she would have, did all that extra stuff, and he'd have been soft. Now we're not doing that. No, you got to get hey, you a man. You got to be what God made you. You know what I'm saying? But I do have a lot of, and I definitely want to hear what y'all saying on this, and let's see. All right. So, okay. So Rich said, I believe that men should understand this, where you coming from. Right. Where of course that is coming from. Yeah. Yes. Shout out. Yes. Shout out to Smitty's Corner. Shout out to you, King. Thank you, King. We appreciate it. Good to see you again. Yeah, that's another thing. And it is sad when men think that way, because it's like, yo, I would have sat and thought about that, because nobody knows me for being a hater. That's not what I do. And usually I only say anything when it's time for something to be said. I've never jumped up on platforms like, let me just be up here to be seen. Even when I was on Push platform, Push used to call me up there every time. I would never just go up there because, me and Push had something going on or something like that. It never was like that. Y'all ain't never seen me do that. Either I go on my own or I stay and I listen, because I'm writing a program to my next show. Y'all know that's what I do. I work every time I get up on these platforms. I am testing. I am dissecting. Y'all are like rats in a lab. You know what I'm saying? To me, I know that sounds harsh, but it's like I'm a true podcaster. So everything is content to me. Everything can be a show, depending on how it goes. And that's usually what it is. I want to ask you men, though. I want to ask the men, so I mean you men. Shout out to Thalia Papa, shout out to Ukraine. I want to ask you something. Where are we coddling men now? Like, are we talking softer to them? Are we telling them what they want to hear? Like, are we trying to get chosen? Is that what's going on? Because that's what it's starting to sound like, right? Like we trying to get chosen. And shout out to all the women in that room because they were not no punks. When I tell you none of them were no punks, a lot of women were on this show already, so they know how I give it up. And all the women in there were solid, top notch, and they did not pull no punches just like I did. You know what I'm saying? It's just something, I guess, because I'm from Brooklyn, the way I talk, a man is, oh my God, she's attacking me. It's like, yo, come on, son. I don't know. You know. And that's very true. Thank you.
I think you oh, sorry. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's something with this pick-me era has made these men weaker. Because no matter what, there's going to be some pathetic lady to scrape him up out the gutter, tell him he's amazing, pay all his bills, and then when he come up, he going to leave her for a white girl. Yeah. And it's just always, because we're naturally healers. We heal everybody. Yes. But we need to stop playing these games with these brothers. And these brothers went out. They sat at home. Some went out, voted for Trump. Some campaigned for Trump. Some sat at home to not vote for Kamala and to play it off like I'm not going to be involved. And when they saw Trump won, they said, look, now Black women have to marry us. Because they're going to be destitute and on their own, and we have to come together because the Trump economy. So many brothers said that. And I want to tell you, to my sisters, you don't have to do that. Get you a white man today. Get you a Hispanic. Leave these brothers in the gutter. Don't go 50-50. Don't go 20. Don't pay shit. Get you a Mormon. The Mormons take care of you. They got, when the apocalypse comes, they got at least 3 years worth of goods. I can tell you, I stack up Mormons. You hear me? I got 4 of them waiting for me, for the economy to fail. Ladies, we done with this. If Jamal ain't doing shit and he's a rapper in his 50s, he's not gonna make it. I'm gonna tell you right now. No matter how much faith you got in this 50-year-old rapper, nobody wants to hear rapping about psoriasis. Nobody wants to hear raps about Cialis. Ain't nobody trying to hear about that nigga aching bones and how he used to cap. Nobody want to hear that. He not gonna make it. Don't support that. Move on. It's time to move on. He not gonna do it. Stop supporting these nobodies and these nothings. There's a reason that women are. What's the thing? Oh, we didn't get to femininity yet, but when we get there, we'll talk about it. But
yeah, we're gonna talk about the women the same way. Yeah.
When it comes to masculinity, begging a man to be your masculine is not the thing.
Yeah.
Get over it.
At some point, there has to be some type of honesty. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. My mom didn't pull no punches. Like, she was not. And my mother was, when I tell you, spoke very feminine but when I tell you, she was no joke, and she did not play with my father. I never heard her ever once raise her voice or nothing, but she could say stuff to him to pierce something to his soul. And he learned a way not to play with her. You know what I'm saying? They both respected each other, even when they argued. It was a lot of arguing, but it wasn't like the arguing where it's My mother barely spoke. You know what I'm saying? But she knew exactly what to hit, what not to hit. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it made my father, stand on business, because he knew that she wasn't not playing with you. Like, Jamal, what we talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? You go about your business. And my mom's did a really good job. You know what I'm saying? I mean, good money. You know what I'm saying? My father was, man, listen, the neighborhood hustler. You know what I'm saying? He got money from everywhere. And it was just a thing of that I don't need thing. Like, if he'd have walked out, I feel like we'd have been more hurt than her. You know what I'm saying? That's normal right there. I really feel like that's normal. You know what I'm saying? And it may not be, I understand what y'all saying, but there was no I didn't see no coddling. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see that. Like, that's new to me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, King. How you doing?
Miss Corset, I just want to say how beautiful you are today, right now, because you already know, basically, I find your things to be very, 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 very voluptuous. I just want to put that out there. But the thing is, though, you saying to leave Black men in the dust, but I'm going like, there are good Black men that know how to handle their shit.
Oh, you ain't him. Did you address the gorgeous host? This is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Miss Gorgeous Host. Miss Gorgeous Host. You already know you beautiful. You chocolate and everything else. I'm just gonna put that out there. But I'm trying not to get in trouble because the girl's at the house and she's looking at me crazy right now. I'm trying to keep.
I hope she swell you up. I hope she black that eye.
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do wrong? I want to for all men out there. We need to know this because we got a bad rap. Everybody know that black men don't cheat.
What?
I
think he came up here to enrage you, Evo. He came up here to enrage you, Evo. That's what he came up to do. He came up to test you.
Are we the most faithful men on earth?
That is a bald face lie.
Okay. Here's the thing though. Okay, here's the thing though. How many of the Jamals have you dated? Y'all two dated.
Oh no.
I've known a lot of Jamals. I've known a lot of Jamals.
So you know a lot of Jamals.
Jamals.
Okay, cool. Let me just say this. Do you know anything beyond Jamal?
Yes.
Bradley, Daniel, Spencer, a couple of Spencers. Yeah. We left Jamal back in the hood.
All I'm saying is this. Maybe the black dudes you're looking for ain't basically the dudes that you consider as men. I'm gonna go like this because just like a woman, a man is an earned title. You can here's the thing. There are some little girls out. There's some Boquees out here. There's some Shaquishas. There are some damn Shabakatimas out here. There's some Comedianas. There's some Herpetias out here. And I'm saying, black people, can I just ask this question? Can we stop naming our kids some stupid shit?
Language.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Keeping them babies jobless.
Like I'm literally going like this. If I meet one more girl in my damn neck of the woods, the name Diamond, you setting your shout out for the pole.
Diamond's a pretty name.
No, Evo. That's not.
No, it ain't. Because all I'm thinking is Clear Hills and basically, she's my cherry pie. Diamond, sapphire, emerald, damn cinnamon, chocolate, peaches, cookie. Ruby is somebody auntie. Ruby is a nice. There ain't that many black rubies out here.
That's a respectable jewel. That's a respectable jewel. But the other jewels are suspect.
Really sus.
Yeah.
Even Opal's on that level.
See, Opal's respectable.
No, they ain't. They are the biggest freaks.
Let me shout out a good brother. Shout out to the king. You know what I'm saying? Darren Whitaker. Shout out to you, Daryl. He's a preach, brother. Black men don't cheat. Let me get down some love. Thank you, guys.
Because we don't cheat. Because we do not cheat. I don't care what anybody.
I got you. We're gonna talk about it. We definitely gonna talk about this. I want to say we have a 5 super chat. We're trying to get 5 super chats tonight. So Daryl just kicked it off. Shout out to you, Daryl. Shout out to you. We got 4 more super chats left. I will be reminding y'all. Hopefully y'all show some love for the show, just the live and what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying? Show some love. Let me get down with some love because we appreciate that super chat so much. Shout out to you, King.
Ain't got enough to pay the rent, can we delay the bills? Another dollar getting spent, another day to chill. I can't afford to play it safe, I gotta make a deal. It's gotta be another way, a Cadillac DeVille.
All right, thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, Daryl.
Definitely. If y'all want to come on up. We appreciate you, Daryl. We got 4 more super chats.
Let me just say this for real talk. When it comes out to basically black men, we are so misunderstood. Because you've been dealing with the damn ain't shit ass just for years. Because let me just tell you, there's a fat dude named Vernon that like you at your job right the fuck now. And let me just say, let me put in perspective. Before I met my chick, this one right here, this one. You know how many times I try to ask this one out?
So you saying that, right? So what made her wait? Like, why was she waiting so long? Was she waiting for you to make more money? To come at her, right? Like, what was her reason for waiting so long to get with you?
Me, when it came out to my current girlfriend, One, I was celibate.
All right.
One, I was celibate. I was celibate for almost 7 years. No
But
sex.
you said that you had to wait a long time to get with her. But why was that? Was it on her? She was making you wait, or you wanted to wait?
It was a little bit of both because reason is one, I was going through a lot of issues. Basically, let me just tell you, ladies. Here's the thing, though. Before you basically get a man, you need to do one to two things. One, look at the person in the mirror and say that you love yourself, and really mean that shit. Because I don't know how many crazy kung fu whoop bitches I met over the past few days. Who like, you told me you wanted. That's what you wanted me to leave.
Yeah, they
Crazy woman, get out of my house. We only got one day.
Yeah. Well, yes, we do need women with confidence. And
the second thing is, ladies, and I'm gonna say this to my sisters because y'all the most guilty ones of this shit. Why are you listening to your single ass friends? If you are in a relationship, why are you listening to your single ass friends? They are single for a reason.
Because we tired of answering that whiny bitch phone call. We tired of her calling and crying, talking about he raggedy, he cheating, he done brought me another STD. Bitch, dump him. He ain't paying no bills.
Okay, maybe that's the motherfucker that you chose, but ain't the motherfucker that basically represents the black male community.
Don't call me if your dude is misbehaving, because I'm gonna tell you every time. You know what I don't have to do? Deal with some dude giving me itchy crotch, cheating on me, talking shit, not paying no bills. Don't call me. I'm not.
All I'm saying. If you got a problem with your relationship, the person you need to talk to is the person that you're supposed to be laying in the bed with. Pure point blank.
Don't call your single ass friends, because guess what? We gonna say, you know what, we got it here. You know, we gotta be.
Don't even call your married friends, because your married friends don't want to hear that shit.
Peace be every day. You know what I got? Well, you got that man. I got peace, and you washing dirty drawers every day. I wake up, peace. Get man, peace. Wake up, get peace. And never, ever have to sit down and find the toilet seat up. Peace.
Look, I got a couple of clips I want to talk about. Y'all can come up whenever y'all feel ready, because we're going to talk about some of these clips. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are going to trigger y'all. I know this. I said it today. I'm very much a big trigger when it comes to these certain topics, but you know, that's my job if I don't instill some type of emotion in you, that I'm not doing my job, right? So we're just going to start. We're going to start with some of these clips. Y'all tell me how y'all feel. They are portraying a form or an effect of modern masculinity. Just remember that. A form or an effect of modern masculinity you will see in all these different clips. I'm sorry. So let's start with the first one here. And we got kings and queens that's going to talk about it, all right? So, all right. So let me make sure that's up. All right, here we go. Here's the first one.
See white women bashing white men, you know, in particular. You don't really see white women bashing white men, you know, in particular. They say men.
That's a lie.
Men. But they don't want to burn up their backup plans and their options. Y'all about black men and black, because it hits the algorithm and you get money off of it. You don't really see white women bashing white men, you know, in particular. They say men. They'll say men, because at the end of the day, they don't want to burn up their backup plans and their options. Y'all about black men and black, because it hits the algorithm and you get money off of it. You don't really see white.
All right, so I just played it a few times for you. How do y'all feel about that?
Man, that's a goddamn lie. Let me tell you this right now. Let me say this. White women are the worst when it comes out to bashing men. Let me tell you this right now. Because at least when a sister, they do it in your face. If they want to bash you, they do it in your fucking face. White women, on the other hand, they do it to your bank account and you be broke.
and they call the police. Don't forget about that.
I'd rather have a woman knock me out like Yvette than basically make me broke. Yeah. I got rent to pay.
It's like black men have never heard country music. Country music is
and let me just say this.
White men.
And let me just say this, let me just say this for the brothers.
No. Let me finish. Self-control, brother, or I'll pull the belt. If you listen to country music,
you hold the belt?
Setting your stuff on fire, bashing your window. I hope your penis fall off and never grow back. I hope that it get STDs. Like, it's country music. If you listen to them white girls, is what Taylor Swift. Taylor Swiftie. I tell you, that Swiftie can't stand you.
Of course, you said you had a
brother. And when Swiftie is with a brother, she rapping about how much she don't like white men. Listen to Taylor Swift songs. I love it. Ain't
she with a damn white dude?
She does always have a conflict in every song. It is a conflict.
Miss Corson, Miss Corson, you said you had a belt. We need to talk later. I'm just gonna put that out there. You know I like that.
Ass up front.
Okay, so I mean, and you know the funny thing is, he had the same logic that most black women have, and we've seen it all the time. You bash a black woman, and your views go up. You bash a black woman, your ratings go up. You become viral. So
you also become you.
It's so you also become saying that now, like he's flipping the script.
You also looking stupid on the internet while you're doing it.
I don't see a lot of shows with black women bashing black men so much. So that's why I'm having a little issue with that.
Keyword so much.
Probably is the other way around. Black men bashing black women, which we've talked about this a lot. So he's saying the algorithm goes up. We know that ain't true. We can look all on YouTube and there's nothing but black women. There's black women the worst. Black women can't keep a man. Black single mothers. And it goes on and on and on. I think the most male basher ever done was done to Diddy.
Can I just say this? Those are men that are passport bros or the men that are weak. Those ain't men. Those are little ass boys. Those are little boys. They ain't men. Because let me just tell you this right now. If I get with a white BT woman, guess what? It will be out of love, and basically the fact is, guess what? Me and her fell in love with each other. We found each other. Okay, cool. But if I have to love her, I have to diss the woman that gave me life? No, hell no. Right. My mother, my sisters, and my nieces is all black women, even though I do have some Afro Latinas in my family. My niece one, she's Afro Mexicano, something Mexicana. So let me say this real talk. When it comes down to my immediate family, I got nothing but sisters. Why would I want to diss one to basically just dip my damn what chocolate stick and some damn some damn vanilla? It's gonna taste the same. That's all it is gonna do. I don't get that shit. I don't get why it has certain requirements to date a white girl. You have to.
Why though? You don't. This helped me get through comedy. You don't insult mediocrity. You only hate on greatness. People hate on great. People hate on something they want. If you see something that is superior to you and you don't want it up there, I'ma hate on you. How many times you go into a circle and see everybody hating on, and you're just like, that woman is nice. She peaceful. She this. Well, I can't get that. So I'ma hate on it. Mm-hmm. That's what men do. I'ma hate that I can't control because I know I don't deserve that.
I don't want to control a woman. I don't. Why would I want that?
The narrative.
You have security in your life, sir.
The narratives.
Because let me just say this. My brother, and I'm just basically putting this out here. If you literally giving her that loving that she needs, and I'm just not talking about in the bed. If you basically kiss her on the forehead and shake, she's beautiful. If you literally basically come home and hug her basically from the midways, no matter if she gained a little bit of weight, and you still look at her as the same way you met her. If the first thing you see when you first thing you see when you wake up and the last thing you see when you go to sleep is this woman right here, guess what? Then you fell in love. If she ain't got to worry about checking your phone with any kind of damn messages, matter of fact, she just hands you the phone. Your phone is unlocked because she ain't got to worry about that shit because she knows who's coming while she's coming home. The fact is, when it come down to this, if you laying down that good loving, and I'm not talking about sexual, you giving her that good loving that she needs, you don't have to control her because she will do it willingly.
Yeah, I mean,
Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
you got a point for those women that are like dickmatized. You know what I'm saying? You got a point.
No, I'm not even saying dickmatized. I'm not even saying dickmatized. I'm saying if you getting that love that basically that you only find only once in your life.
Yeah, he's got a point.
Okay.
If you hook her line and sinker, you don't even have to give her the meat. If you make somebody fall in love with you, she will bend over backwards, especially black woman. If you make her feel secure emotionally, she will give you the world and elevate you to heights you ain't never been to. But that's not what black men are on because they don't want to work that hard.
I like working hard. I like working hard. I like working hard because guess what?
The payout. You know what the payout is. You're gonna win with that, sister. You know the payout.
You know, this is funny to me because
brothers don't want to be great.
I don't think people when they speak, they separate the difference between what y'all call haterism versus frustration. I don't hate on women. I have frustration with some women because I know they could be better than what they are. I also learned that a lot of people don't qualify for the things that they want. I understand that a lot of people are lacking interdependency skills. People want to get in relationship, but don't realize when you get with somebody, the relationship is bigger than both of y'all. So if you put the relationship here and you two is underneath and both of y'all are striving to keep that maintained, I don't see what the issue is unless one of y'all is selfish and or y'all want bare minimum or y'all just not making a priority. That's
The
just
only
it.
difficult, the only difficulty that I have basic loving a woman is based on the fact that I'm short. I'm short and fat. If you can get past that, we good.
Damn.
If you can get past that, we good. I'm I'm too I'm
But
literally saying this
that's
because
a preference thing now. That's a preference thing. That got nothing to do with whether you're quality or not. It's just a
exactly.
preference
So
thing.
if you can get past, because I met a lot of women that got past that. Hell, most of them are following me on TikTok, literally
Mhm.
basically saying, I can see I never thought I would be with a short guy, but that black one, he's a nice guy.
Well, this
But
is the
it's not
problem with that.
energy.
This is the problem with that. The woman for you ain't gonna have to get over your such and such and such. She's gonna like that. Just like there are
Mhm.
men that like fat girls and don't want no skinny girl. Don't want no
I'm one of them.
he's a chubby chaser. He like fat women. He like women.
I would like
There's
to say this.
somebody for everybody.
Correction. I'm a BBW lover. Chubby chasers are for fetishes. BBW lovers are for attraction. There is a difference.
Oh, say it again. Slow it down.
BBW lovers are for
Mhm.
attraction. They are attracted to the person within. They are attracted to the person without. They love the person they with. They will show them in public. They will basically acknowledge them as their girlfriend. Chubby chasers, on the other hand, they're fetish only.
Oh,
There are dudes that basically I can name the genres of basically of
Mhm.
chubby chasers basically on the internet looking for unspeakable things.
Yeah. There's
Me,
guys. There's
here's
guys
the
that say they won't accept a woman unless she's over 400 pounds.
Yeah, like
okay.
that.
Yeah,
So,
What
yeah,
do
but they
you
will
mean?
not bring it out in public.
they're
That
not
I'm,
gonna
I'm
do it for real.
but
they
you
private dudes.
but you have
Okay.
women out here that will say, I don't deal with guys unless they got beards. I don't deal with guys unless they bald headed. I don't
Yeah.
deal with guys unless they got dreads. Those are all preferences. It has
Yes.
nothing to do with the quality of the man.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at all.
That's true.
I just wish basically before you even thought about being in a relationship, because I'm literally saying this. But when I was on my celibacy trip and I was 7 years strong, it was hard to basically to not eat the peach cobbler. I'm just want to put that out there. I'm just keeping it sensitive. It
What?
was hard to not resist, especially if that shit was a la mode.
Well,
Okay.
you
And
know what the
I
thing is, right? The
and
thing
I
is this, right? when we first meet somebody, we are attracted to what we see. When you first meet somebody, you don't know that person from a hole in the wall. So we gotta give some type of point system or something to
Mm-hmm.
the, oh, I see you, I like you. You know what I'm saying? I
But
want some
but
trust.
here's the biggest
You're
problem.
right. You're right.
So, you know,
Because
you
the
can't fault
most
people saying, oh, damn, he look good. Or, oh, she look good. I want to get to know them a little bit more because that's human nature,
we've
right?
all
You know what I'm saying?
But
all men and women have aborted mission after they met somebody.
but here's the big
It's
problem. Sex clouds their judgment. And let me tell
We
you
need to
this right
stop
now.
doing that. We need to
Yeah,
be attracted to real masculinity, ladies. That's what we need to be attracted to. Forget what they look like. Forget how tall they are. Find out if all their child support is paid. Find out how many kids they fathered in the streets. I think you need to have a straight 30 days before you. I think don't smash somebody for 30 days. See if he still hang out. See if he hang
That's
out.
a
let me
good one.
let me say this. It's hard to polish up, but let me just say this, ladies. Y'all want a diamond up front. Y'all don't, and y'all ain't willing to polish it. Like for real talk. Let's just keep it real.
no, no, no. They want
No,
no,
it is
no,
true. It's true. The same when it
no,
coming out of men.
no. They
They
want
want
So
the
what
men
you
to
diamond
mean
up
come.
by
front.
They want men to come prepared, not dudes trying to give the bare minimum, being
mm-hmm.
lazy with their excuses.
But and let me say this, ladies. Let me just put this in perspective. Let's say basically you got a diamond. Let me say this: you got a diamond in the rough. The only problem this man has is he doesn't know how to dress. He just wear
That
he just average. You know how many times I basically, because I'm a short dude. That's one problem I
But
do
you
have in my life is basically finding clothes in my size. I don't know
but
how to
it's
dress.
easy.
I'm jeans and a t-shirt all day and some
So
Crocs.
I don't.
Black
I
Wing,
think
Okay,
you
when you
got some
get into
insecurities. Like, I hope
yeah,
that
you're
woman
looking
that you
at
sitting
super.
there with is lifting you up and not putting you down because you're doing great at putting your own self down at this point.
No,
You know what I'm
as
saying?
a short dude,
You're also
it's hard to find. It's hard to find clothes physically in my size. I wear a 40-30, and it's rare to find pants
But I
in my
feel like
size.
we in your therapy session though.
but I
brother,
think
Like, what
he's
else
one
brother.
of
you
the
gonna tell her?
most
You gonna tell us your penis size next?
he's one of the most secure
Like, you
men we've
telling a
had on
lot.
this panel. Personally, Black Wing is the
How?
most secure man
He's talking
we've
about the
seen on this panel.
superficial.
He's
He's talking
But
about
you, if I
superficial
was a
shit.
woman and I was listening, I would be like, this brother, he don't believe in himself. Like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because I'm
Just
listening.
because I said I
Like, you
can't
a
dress,
woman sitting with
he
you
Yeah.
and you talking like that. I'm just trying to help the brother out. You might want
no, but just because I said I can't dress, I
I don't
can't.
think
It's
No,
not.
unless
yeah,
she
I don't think
talk
y'all
like
hearing
that.
him.
I don't think
and
I
I'm
you're
don't think
short.
she
I
talk like
acknowledge the
that.
fact that I'm short.
brother.
But we done heard about you, yeah, the oral sex, the pant
Yeah.
size, the fact that you're
It's all
short, you're
super.
fat.
All
I mean, it's like you ain't really saying nothing good about yourself.
it's nothing.
But I
Listen,
don't think y'all paying attention. So when Black Wing mentioned his persistence to chase his woman, men don't do that anymore. He didn't cry when she said no. He kept pursuing. Men don't do that at all. That's how I can tell his security level. I didn't realize a
men
dude
are not
at work
supposed
was
to.
asking me for my number. I didn't realize I'm slow. I'll be always testing jokes, cracking jokes. And he kind of subtly asked me for my number, talking about he wanted to hook up with my friends or whatever. I didn't realize that exactly. So I didn't realize he was asking me for my number. And then the next day, he was moving extra weird. And then it's gotten extra weird since then. And I was like, oh, he was trying to do some subtle asking me for my number shit. That's some weird insecurity shit. When a man, because Black Wing said he kept chasing his old lady until he landed her. He may have been celibate for a while until he found the one. He was not out there trying to smash anything that will hit because that's easy to do. It's easy to get a
Easy
bang.
to do, especially in my area.
Exactly.
I live right next to E14. I live next to International Boulevard. Do you know how many? Do you know how many I see on a daily?
And they be thrown at him, even if he a short king. Women gonna throw it at him because they just want to be loved. A lot of bitches ain't got daddies, never had, so they looking for a daddy. So when we talk about what people look like, that don't matter. This man was persistently chasing this woman. That for him to say that, that's the most masculine man we've ever had on here. Eva, what we got these dudes saying? Well, I am the prize. I am the prize. He ain't
Yeah,
saying he
that's crazy. I don't
prize.
like that.
Oh,
No,
nobody's the prize.
and you know what?
Nobody is the prize.
You know what the prize is? You know what the prize is? And I'm just saying this. I'm sick of people saying I'm the prize. I'm the prize. No, you the fuck you ain't. You the same broke motherfucker as same as me. Shut the fuck up. Here's the thing though. Here's what the prize is. Here's the positive basic thing that we can look up. If we see each other in the next 5 years, yes, if I get a, there's the problem I'm having with people that don't look at the big situation, especially when it comes down to SEX. If you fuck a person wrong, there's two ways you can end up: pregnant or STI.
Yeah.
Wrong or right?
Yeah.
Now, if you get the number one, you lucky because you dodged the bullet. Here's the thing though, but here's the problem I'm having. Can you see yourself dealing with this person for the next 10 years to 18 years?
Ask yourself that every time.
I get it. I got another clip for y'all.
Oh, yes.
I got a couple of clips for y'all, but I want y'all to tell me how y'all feel about this one. I like this. We learned so much.
Yeah.
All right. Let me do this one first. Y'all about to crash out, but here we go.
Oh.
The reason I'm shutting off my camera, I don't want to get your basically page banned because I don't want your page banned because I'm taking my medicine, so it is what it is. So
Okay, we got the clip up. Mama.
Okay, thank you, Queen. Here we go, yeah.
Didn't I tell you stop putting Umar up here?
Have so much
He's the
conflict with black women.
biggest hypocrite.
Operate on a
Hold on,
masculine
y'all gotta be
platform
quiet.
without
Here we
women
go.
all the time. One of the reasons we have so much conflict with black women is because we don't operate on a masculine platform without women all the time. We tend to operate on a female platform. When the woman gets angry, rather than you trying to understand your queen non-emotionally. So you can't have both people in a relationship with a low emotional IQ. If you and your wife both have a low emotional IQ, y'all gonna argue over everything because nobody says, I am not going to emote over this. I'm not going to deal with this with feelings. I'm going to use reason and intelligence. That's what the man is supposed to do. But guess what we do? Raised by single mothers, many of us, we reflect right back to them that emotional trauma that they throwing on us. So in essence, you have two females arguing, although one is in a man's body. Black men have to start being masculine and less feminine. All this cattiness, this back and forth between black men and black women on the internet, that is feminine and feminine. Masculinity don't operate like that. Masculinity wants to understand where the woman is coming from. Masculinity wants to then, that one of the reasons we have so much conflict with black women is because we don't operate on a masculine platform without women all the time. We tend to operate on a female platform. When the woman gets angry, rather than you trying to understand your queen non-emotionally. So you can't have both people in a relationship with a low emotional IQ. If you and your wife both have a low emotional IQ, y'all gonna argue over everything because nobody says, I am not going to emote over this. I'm not going to deal with this with feelings. I'm going to use reason and intelligence. That's what the man is supposed to do. But guess what we do? Raised by single mothers, many of us, we reflect right back to them that emotional trauma that they throwing on us. So in essence, you have two females arguing, although one is in a man's body. Black men have to start being masculine and less feminine. All this cattiness, this back and forth between black men and black women on the internet, that is feminine and feminine. Masculinity don't operate like that. Masculinity wants to understand where the woman is coming from. Masculinity wants to then, that one of the reasons we have.
All right. So I just played it twice so y'all can hear it. Get y'all thoughts together. So what do y'all think about that?
Man, fuck Umar Johnson. I would say this on fucking camera. That fucking hotel ass.
Hold on.
The cursing and your microphone too loud, Papa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Umois has always been a.
Remember, this is the
lower the volume because it's going to be held
This
to
is
edit
a
later.
discussion, not a sound off.
All I gotta ask is Umar Johnson, where your school at? Where's your school? Your school's been your school's been developed for almost 20 years. Where's your school at?
Okay.
Well, let me ask you something, right?
The message.
What about what he said? How did you feel about what he said?
Focus on the message, not the person.
Right.
Beautiful hypocrisy. Beautiful hypocrisy out of Umar.
Here it is a beautiful. It's a beautiful quote. Basically, the man. Here's the a man needs. Here's the we're trying to basically find out what the problem is so we can solve it. If we can't solve this problem, maybe we're the problem. We're point blank. But we always trying to solve the problem. I think every person wants to do that. To have a happy life, You want to basically find out what every single problem that's making this machine not work. Everybody has a car. I know I do. And every time you take it to the mechanic, the one thing you worried about is you got to pay for something to get fixed. Pure point blank, right? Especially if I live in a world full of scrapers, aka the Buick LeSabre, the Buick Oldsmobile. We drive scrapers out here if you're in the Bay Area. So the first thing that goes out is a transmission. Now, your transmission costs $1,200, but this car, if you ever rolled in a Buick, you can ride a Buick till the wheels fall off, right? All you had to do was make sure your transmission in your car was running just fine, and you would do everything that's possible to keep this car running because this car has been reliable to you. It got you from point A to point B. It got you your driver's license. It literally basically got food in your stomach because you can drive this for Uber or Lyft or DoorDash or
So
something like
so
that.
the so the relation to the topic, I mean to the comment of what
Yeah.
he said, not who gave the message. A woman is acting emotional. He's saying that guys react by being just as emotional as they are, which
Yes.
now he's labeling us as emotional as women.
Yes, that's
Going go
exactly. Yep, that's
right,
it.
going to
Why we
that.
can't be emotional?
Well,
Why
see,
we
this is
can't?
well,
I'm
see,
I'm
that's the point. That's the point.
I'm
To
gonna give
tell,
y'all one. I'm gonna give y'all one today. I'm in, and it's gonna be quick. I'm in a conversation, and y'all know me. I make my points. I get out. Every time black men did not agree with me, it was, oh, you being emotional, being emotional. After a while, I said, let me ask you something. So if I was agreeing with you, would I be emotional? And then everybody was like, oh, yeah, because that's the thing.
mm,
Like, why every time a woman don't agree with you, she's emotional? Now, we don't know of men to be emotional because that is what they call a woman's trait, right?
mm.
Y'all are usually logical and we're usually emotional, right? Unless y'all are saying that y'all want to be emotional too. It's not just a woman's trait, it's everybody's trait. Then I can get what you're
I
saying.
don't
You know
think
what I'm
it's
saying?
emotional. I just think people don't know how to define words and expand their vocabulary. I wouldn't look at it as being emotional. I would just look at it as a person being assertive. That's not an emotional trait. You being assertive is just you
Mhm.
expressing yourself verbally and being understood. Now, if you don't agree with it or like it, that would be an emotional trait. And now you must come with a rebuttal on that same verbal level, not on an emotional level. So instead of saying everything's emotional, no, understand it's a verbal back and forth of
Yeah.
understanding.
And I'm just going like this.
And
I'm
what
sick of that single mother household bullshit. And I'm trying not to curse, but that's what exactly what it is. The definition actually fits the word. It's basically I have to say, and because it's utter garbage. Because you acting like Big Daddy ain't in the house. You act like Paul, no, Big Unc ain't in the house. Big Bro ain't in the house. The dead mama's boyfriend ain't in the house. Stepdaddy ain't in the house. If I'm not mistaken, Jesus was a bastard stepchild too. Did you really want to put it out there? Because let me
But
just say,
what's
even though Mother Mary was married to Joseph, Joseph was not the biological father of Jesus Christ. Am I wrong? Am I right?
okay, but what is that relating to communication with a woman? If you're in the
Why they
house with
bring
a
that?
woman,
Why they bring that? Why they here's the when it comes down to black men, why is the one thing they bring up every time a man is emotional and passionate about a subject of them of his woman or basically trying to show his heart? It's always he was been raised by all women. He must have had a single mother household or something like that. I'm sick of that narrative.
well, it's not so much a narrative when it's true. Because you got to look at it this way. A lot of guys that are raised by single mothers or a house full of
Very
females
emotional.
are very, very emotional
Mm-hmm.
because they don't know what it's like to learn from men how to respond like men. You can be affirmative, you can be
Brother, brother,
assertive. Listen to what I'm saying, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I walk around and my voice always carry. I don't have to yell at a woman. I don't have to go ballistics on her when I know my voice, my tone can command respect. That's all you look for, commanding the respect. And by that, she will respond. It's like listening to James Earl Jones or even what's that other brother's name? James Earl Jones. Um,
Somebody
the other
like
brother, with-
Dominic. Like,
the brothers with the deep voices. You know,
Alpha.
they don't have to yell. They
Yeah.
can just sit there
Right.
and say, "Baby, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I get what you're
We're,
saying.
we're
Definitely.
not going." And they'd be like, "Okay, no problem."
Yep. Daniel, good. What you gotta say, Daniel? How you doing?
What up, dog?
Doing great. Thanks. I can't pass up a masculinity discussion. That's funny. Uh, I love how this guy says like, women are catty. Women are catty right off the bat. That's like the assumption. I know a lot of women that are uh do I'm sorry, gentleman on the red on the bottom. What's her name?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Chef. How you doing, brother?
Mhm.
Doing great. And I love what you're saying because really every single conversation, every single argument, all it comes down to is respect and
Mm-hmm.
wanting to resolve it, right? That's all the key is. Like if people are
Yes.
arguing and like trying to prove that they are right and it's a battle between, who's trying to defend themselves,
Mm-hmm.
that's not gonna be
That's not
healthy no matter
right.
what, no matter if you're masculine, feminine, no matter what. That's never gonna
Okay.
resolve itself. And I guess I hear what this guy's saying that you have uh, guys that are reflecting women, right? But I think that has less to do with being raised in a single mother household. I mean, that can totally have an impact on your emotional maturity, but I think it more has to do with the fact that men are not really taught to respectfully convey their boundaries, like their emotions, right? Basically, we just sit there and just let stuff happen until it's too much for us to put up with, and then we're like, oh, I got to put my foot down. That's not gonna work out
So now,
well in a
so now,
relationship,
so
right?
now you're talking.
You have to be
Now
able to
you're
say something that hurts people's feelings and say it in a respectful way so that you
that
guys can get over it, right?
that's called motivation by your ego because when you can't beat a verbal conversation, your ego is hurt.
Yeah.
So is your
Yeah.
emotional intelligence. So you got to come back with, well, that's why your mama is. Wait a minute, what that got to do with
Yeah.
anything?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
And
I
All
saw
right.
that. Yeah, I saw that earlier.
What
Oh,
generation basically does that still? Because nobody say your mama jokes anymore.
I
the
didn't say
40-year-olds
that.
say the 40
You
year
know what
olds
he talking
actually
about.
come, still talk like that on TikTok. The 40-year-olds. Hey, panel.
What's
Yeah.
up, lady?
Hey,
What's
Queen, how
going
you
on?
Probably the
doing?
only people. Yeah.
the the 40 and 50-year-olds. I do like this topic, Evo, always, because you always have a good topic. But it's like I am trying to figure out that very thing. Why is it when you are unable to articulate what it is that you are trying to say, and something hurts you or you are instantly offended by the dialogue, why is it that I am seeing more and more black men, more so than any other culture, attacking black women, which is just asinine on every, I can't even finish the sentence without Malcolm X rolling over 10 times. Like, I'm trying to figure out, why is this happening,
But it's
that
not.
you
It's
are instantly, I seen
Yes.
someone do this to Corset, right? So we were on the most toxic show on TikTok earlier today, and they were attacking her and name calling because they didn't like what she was saying. So the minute you are uncomfortable, then you are having something bad to say about the woman that you are talking to, and
Yeah.
it just shows me that, one, you don't have access to Webster Dictionary, which is just really insane because it's digital at this point. So you can swipe Tinder and look at booties, but you can't open Webster and find another way to say something. So I really just get so
Yep.
confused about that very thing. But when
it's
they
not
lose
confusing though.
the words to say, then they start name calling. And he
When you
instantly went to trying to talk about her looks and her hair, her
Always.
body, and or the favorite one that men that secretly swipe, I don't use Tinder, so I may say the wrong thing, but that secretly swipe left or whatever on Tinder for the men, the trans men, they always go to the trans topic, and they did that to her earlier. So it's like, oh, okay, so you're gonna call a black woman that's given birth to the legacy of tomorrow. You're going to start calling her, you'll go for the trans comment because you don't have anything else in your dictionary. Corset, like, do you? You're
Ladies, can I just ask this question?
Speaking of women with giant penises, voila!
Can I ask this question for basic? I just want to ask this one simple question. For
Sure.
all the women that have children, do you realize? I'm just going like this. Do you realize that you gave the wrong person a legacy?
No, I did not.
Maybe.
Please
I, I'm,
explain.
I'm, I'm,
Break
li- I'm
that
literally going
down.
like this because let me just say this: there's a lot of damn baby daddies out here that should have never had kids in life. I'm talking about
I
all
disagree.
ages.
I highly disagree because then that
That
would make you
that's
God, and that would make you God.
yeah,
And I didn't know
that's
that God was
insultive.
gonna look like that. So I honestly, I thought God had long, pretty hair and beautiful, like locks, and I see her in a different way. So I don't think she looks like
Mhm.
you. So I don't think you are able to say. Because just because you see a YN acting up, you see the yellow beezy acting a fool out in them streets, that doesn't mean that he has no tomorrow. That doesn't mean that there is no change possible. So who are you to
I didn't
not
say all that. I'm just
someone
going
said
like
that
this.
last week, not one of
But
our black women have made a mistake
that's a
giving birth.
one-sided statement to
Period.
even make, bro, because you have women out here that shouldn't be mothers either. You understand? A lot of people are not prepared for the
Why do we never
responsibilities
blame
that
the
they
men?
get. I just said it's a one-sided statement that shouldn't be
Because
because
most men
Right.
like balls in their
there
mouth.
are both men and women that
The modern day
forgot
masculinity.
they shouldn't have. But we're not prepared for responsibility. A lot of people aren't.
They
Somebody, you know
shouldn't
what?
be parents, but that
Somebody
doesn't make
told
the child.
Obama's mom that you should have never got with that N word. I told you he was going to do that to you. I told you was going to end up a single mother. Someone said that to Obama's mama, the president of the United
That's
States.
the ultimate jealousy.
And guess
My
what?
mother always said. My
Look
mother
what her
always said
baby
this.
grew up to be.
My mother always said this. I'd rather be a single mom than a husband's human punching bag or basically a sex object. If the only thing that basically this
Yo,
man is doing is
where y'all
the
be
only thing this
going
man
with
is
this
doing is
shit?
basically the only thing this man is doing is paying the bills and keeping the roof over my head. I can do that myself. I can do that myself. I need a man to love me. I don't need a man to fuck me.
Do you know what that sounds
Oh,
like
honey,
on
whoa.
this end?
I'm half with you. I'm half
No,
with
no,
you.
no, I'm
Damn.
not with none of. Do
That's
you know
sad.
what that's as a man? Do you know what that sounds like on this end?
The truth that hurts.
The truth.
You said what it sounds like.
I'd rather be wanted, not needed. I'm just gonna be real with you. I'd rather have a woman that want my child. I'd rather have a woman that want a relationship with me.
I,
I want a woman that wants that not only wants, but she said, you know what? I'm willing to basically carry our last name to the next generation.
I'm gonna say this about
It's
that statement.
subjective.
I
It's
gotta
very
say this about
subjective.
that statement you made, bro. If you are a person, if you are the person, you don't have to want. It comes to you.
What?
Say it
I
again.
didn't hear you, Paul. Can you say it again, please?
He can
If
say he
you
said
are,
it. We
It
heard
didn't
if
make
you,
you
no
are
and
sense.
the
but
person,
I love
if
it. I love it.
if
Say it
you are
again,
the
Carl.
person that has what it takes, you don't have to go looking and acting like all the men or all the women out here is this and that and this and that. You don't have to do that because the ones that qualify comes to you, and
But
it's
do y'all
very.
not understand? Do y'all not understand what he's
Well, we
saying
ain't
though?
gonna say that now.
I
We
He
ain't gonna
no,
he
say
I
that.
means
understand
okay.
exactly
So
what he
he does
said.
not want to be needed, as in, let me get me a McDonald's girl who
I'm
needs to be
half.
rescued. He wants to be wanted by the woman. He doesn't want to have to carry someone, and that's why she's there. Like these passport bros, they want to go overseas, and they know she never gonna leave because she was eating dirt before she met him.
Right.
He don't
But
want
but
that. He
but
wants a
it has
woman
it.
who's there for him, as opposed to what he has.
But it's still I still stand on this predator mindset that both men and women develop as an excuse not to better themselves, to be the person to attract those type of people they want. Meaning, You're telling me that you prefer a woman that you can get over on rather than be the man that you need to be to get a quality woman
What the
that you
fuck?
want, but you don't qualify
No,
for.
but I would
Well,
really
look,
like to expand on what Carl is
That
saying
ain't
because
nothing what I just said.
I know,
Nothing at
but
all.
hold on.
let me let Evo
Hold on.
say what she was going to
Let
say,
me
and then
say
I'm
this.
listening.
Let me say this.
Hold on, y'all.
I
Hold on.
listen attentively, but when I
You
respond,
don't.
it's usually looking through you, not at the statement,
But
but
what I'm
through the
But you
asking is
statement.
respond, it
basically
has
no.
nothing to
So
do with
is
that.
no, no. Let me say this. When I say needed, here's the thing. Is anybody ever with a needy person? Because I'm going like this. They don't need you. They need help. Let me just put it in
Well, I'm gonna be
point
honest.
blank.
What can I say something? You know
Every time
why?
a
You
person
know
that
why he's
needs you,
saying
like
that?
food, shelter, and water, no, that's a person you need to
You
run
know why
from.
he's saying that? Because you're getting away from your purpose as a man. Your purpose as a man is to protect and secure. When you
Correct.
say that, you know what I'm saying, you want to be wanted, not needed, that's kind of like what is that, an oxymoron or something like
It's
that?
big time
Because
because it's
your
like,
your your purpose as a man is to be needed for security and protection, something that supposedly a woman can't provide for herself.
But
That's
you
why I
can
kept saying
you
I'm
but
half
you
and
can
half.
provide
See,
that,
this
right?
is the problem, right?
Yeah.
We talk about love.
Needed was back in the '60s. This is the 2025. That needed shit was
It
back in the
don't
boomer
matter.
era.
It don't matter. It could be
what?
30,033.
Yeah,
You're
it
still
was in the
as
boomer
a man.
era.
As a
Hold up.
man,
I'm glad
your
you said that, brother.
Yeah.
responsibility,
Hold,
your
hold on,
nature is
Evo.
to be a protector and provider. That is what a woman needs. If she didn't need that, she wouldn't need you. You would be obsolete. Forget love. There would be no need for you. We could date ourselves if we had everything. You get
But
what
I
I'm
gotta,
saying?
if
I
We
women
gotta
go
needed
ask,
away
that,
from our
Evo,
nature.
I
if
gotta ask
women
this
needed
brother
that, we
something.
would not be single, Evo.
I
You
gotta
don't
We're
ask this
need
only
brother
that
single
something.
because we
anymore.
haven't. Well, I'm not single, but some of us are only single because we haven't found our man yet.
By
The one that's
choice.
going to
By choice.
protect and provide. The one that's going to secure. That's the only
I,
reason why a lot of us are single. And I'm
That's
gonna
why
be
a lot
honest.
of them. That's why
The
a lot of them
majority
want.
of women are not single. They always have somebody that if it go down, they're gonna be with him. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they got somebody
And
that's
that's a
fuckable,
lot of
but
what a lot of black men they keep harping on, but they don't have no backup plan like most black men.
no contingency whatsoever. And that's why I was gonna ask that brother making that kind of statement.
Wild statement.
Who is gonna wipe your ass if you get sick right now?
Bloop.
Who is gonna make
That
the
sounds like you
necessary
need us.
arrangements and have your best interests at heart? Please don't say your mother or grandmother or your father.
Can I speak on it, Carl? Who's going to be the widow that's going to be there? Because I was that widow that was there when they brought the body to Dover Air Force Base. Who's going to be that person to carry through and get your services through? Who's going to hold your mother when she's crying after the loss of you? Like you guys forget so much. But here's something: you want to be needed, you want to be desired, you want the honeymoon. Let me break this to you. The honeymoon
Validation.
phase only lasts the first 6 to 8 months. Everything
Hmm.
else after the 6 to 8 months, you have to work for. You will have to put in the work. And if you are in a moment where you are not feeling desired, where you feel like that she doesn't want you anymore, you are not doing something. Just like the
well, I think
guy
And no, do you know?
hold on. Just like the guy with his wife went to the Usher concert and gave all that time and kissing to Usher, and he divorced her the next day. You saw that story in London, and he divorced her. He filed for divorce because he says that she never gives him that kind of attention. Then what are
Oh
you
yeah,
not doing? Because in a matter of minutes, Usher was able to do it. So I'm
yeah.
just saying, what are
I
you
think the
not
comment
capable of
about
doing?
the comment about want versus need is like recognizing that some people get into a relationship for themselves, right?
Right.
And
Hmm.
a relationship should be giving, right? Like you should be picking each other up. You're not in there just for yourself. People that just
Right.
take in a relationship, that's not healthy. Uh,
Interdependency.
and that's a fact. At the same time, it's not wrong to depend on your partner. And once you make a commitment, you are saying there's nothing to commitment other than saying, "Hey, I want to be able to depend on you," right? And yeah, we need people, or we want them, and then we let ourselves need them, right?
Mm.
When you're
That's right.
single, you pull yourself together. You're like, I'm not needing somebody right now. I'm going to be on my own. But at some point, when you get into a relationship, you can depend on your partner, and men depend on women. Women
Yeah.
depend on men.
Can I just put this out here? Let me just put this out here.
Hard
Yeah.
How
relationship.
many basically people and how many people that you know that said I need a drink and you want them to stop drinking?
Do you?
Like I'm literally going like this. Y'all think, but here's the thing. There's a difference because the reason I was celibate because I had to basically quit cold turkey. I'm a love addict. Here's the thing. I thought toxicity was love. I thought lust was love. I until I basically guess what I said. Enough is enough because I keep on attracting the most horrible bullshitting women in my life. Pure, beautiful, yes, but ugly on the inside. I'm talking about basically they like mint Oreos.
Mm.
Who likes a mint Oreo? Who like seriously what the
But
like
what did
it was so
wait a
bad.
minute.
No,
It
no,
could
no,
be
no,
a
no.
comparing women to food, babe. Because, but
Food is a
Food,
like
need.
cars,
groceries was just a
everything.
song.
Food
But
is
what
a
did
need.
Like
People
I
are not.
groceries
still
was
gotta
just a
ask you
Okay,
song.
though.
it was the last. Okay, you want me to do it? Man? It was
Okay,
it was
The
cookies.
my
mac and
last
cheese
relationship was
burger,
so
she's
bad. It was
not
a
a
my
McDouble.
last
She's not a
relationship was so bad. It was
Chick-fil-A.
so bad. My last relationship was so bad. I'd rather watch the Good Times, the animated series on Netflix, than basically go back with that shit.
But that's because you qualified for it. That's why I'm asking
Hey,
you.
that show wasn't that bad.
If you keep saying that you keep getting the same pattern and outcome, it starts with the mindset. What are you attracting?
That's
The
what he said. That's
mindset
what he said.
creates the
Exactly.
pattern.
And
No, but what
guess
have
what I
you
did? And
changed?
guess
What
what I
have you
did? I
changed
stepped
in order to attract differently? What are you doing differently? Right? So are you still looking
the
for,
one basic
are
the
you dating outside of the environment where you found the toxic women? Are you looking outside of that box?
Yeah. Did you change where you
yeah,
shop?
I did all that and then some. I've got me and my girlfriend right now is going on 5 years strong. So I'm really going like this, and let me just tell you this right now.
Okay, so
Me and her,
is she a mint chocolate chip cookie or whatever you said?
no, she's a caramel macchiato. I'm gonna just say with a side, with
Okay.
uh,
All right.
Okay.
With some
uh,
whipped cream.
We want to hear you
ooh,
say that good stuff.
let me say this, fellas. Y'all don't know. I can I love my vanilla, but I need my chocolate. Coffee good when it's cream, but better when it's black. Oh my
All
god.
right.
We just want to
All
hear
I
you
right.
say something good about women. We just want to
Bob
hear you say
John.
something good about black
But
women.
I'm still going to ask the question though. 5 years later, is she willing to wipe the shit from your ass if you're sick?
she has.
That's good.
Aww.
I'm happy
No,
for you.
no. Here's the thing though.
Very good.
This is too to make up. I literally injured my back working in security. I literally basically I got injured at the job site. I got attacked at work. I got attacked at work by a person that was on I think it was methamphetamine, and
Ooh.
I injured my back. I still have problems to this day. She took me to every doctor's appointment. Made sure basically I was getting up right. Made sure I was doing my stretches. Made sure that basically that I called in when my doctor came in. Made sure I made my doctor's appointments because my damn work was coming basically in. She even referred me to the lawyer that I'm using right now to sue my former company.
So why
Mhm.
are you not married to her right now?
Reason is basically the reason that basically we're not married yet is because basically one, I'm trying to get a
Care-
ring.
Careful, she might watch this.
You're trying
And
to get a ring.
number two, basically, I don't want to put her in a financial bind because I do have college loan debt, and I want to pay that off.
Wow.
I went to college and I got a I was on the verge of getting my master's degree, but I actually was on 2 points shy of basically getting it. So
So you
I do
plan
have a
to,
bachelor's in actually
so
an
you do
associate.
plan to marry her. Do you have a 5 year macro plan or
Oh,
do
we
you
getting
plan?
married next year. That no ain't no 5 year. This is gonna be next year. Bump that shit.
Okay.
I'm not.
No, I mean
I'm
it's
gonna be
okay if you
40.
have a 5 year plan. I have no issues with that.
I'm just
We
saying.
got a
Here's
we got a
my
5 year.
question
We
for
got a.
you. Here's my
I'm just
That's
question
what
for you.
and that's
When
what
you
the
do
main
all these
problem is. That's what the
panels,
main
why
problem.
didn't
I
you?
always say this. I literally basically asked a woman. This is the reason I was also celibate. I every date I went on while I was celibate, I literally asked this question: where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
man, fuck 5 years. You better hurry up because that clock is ticking before you lose it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Damn that. I
Fuck all
wouldn't even
that
wait 5 years
five and 10 year
ever again in
shit.
my life
Well,
to
if
get
he has to
married.
get
Never
himself
again.
together
Well,
financially to
hurry the
afford it,
fuck up before
he
you
can
Yeah,
get his
you
lose
goals.
it.
better
Yeah,
forget
he
them
can set
loans.
his
Because
Go get
goals.
your ring.
listen. Let me tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying. hurry up before you lose it, because her mindset now may not be the same 5 years
Yes.
later, 10
Right,
years
I get
later.
it, Carl, but he's
So
not even ready because he's comparing her to
then
cookies
you
and
better
Netflix
get
shows.
ready,
So he
He
motherfucker.
about
needs
to
more
get
time.
ready.
You
Yeah.
He
better
needs more
get
time.
ready, because time don't give a damn.
He had 5
Reality don't
years.
give
He
a
got to
damn.
figure that out. He had 5
Come
years.
on.
Okay, what this comes up in a lot of podcasts, and I don't ever have this
Me and her living
conversation
together,
with
so
white people.
I'm just going like this. We share,
Hold on.
we living
Yeah,
together.
hold
We
on
gonna
a
be
second. Your phone is lagging.
Hold on,
Mine?
someone was
Yeah,
saying, like, go ahead,
Sorry.
Derek.
This waiting too long to get married thing just never comes up with white people, and it comes up in every single podcast. And I mean, I got crap for saying that you should wait 3 years so that you actually know somebody.
I tell people to
That's
wait
a
10
clip.
years. I tell people to
I
wait.
I don't understand what the rush is. Like,
That
there's
time
nothing
frame is
wrong
when
with
you are
waiting 5
ready.
years.
I don't like rushing
It's
that time
something
frame.
wrong
Like,
with
it's
it.
Yeah.
when
There's
you are
something wrong
ready.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, why are you? What's wrong with what you're saying? Like, oh, you got to lock them down before they leave. There's no locking them down. Like,
There's
if they
no,
want to
they
leave
don't
after
belong to
5
you.
years, then you probably shouldn't get
This
married.
is not something that you're going to put
Well,
in a
who's going
safe.
to wait? Nah.
I
I
don't
did
think you
that.
understand. I don't think you understand. When
No, I don't. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, let me put it this way. I'm good with analogies, right? If you get something and everything is smooth and good, and you don't hurry up and own it, there's a chance
Own
that
it?
some don't take it literally, please.
Own
Stop
it?
it. This
Take
ain't going.
ownership in your,
Listen,
yeah,
no,
make the commitment.
I gotta
Yeah,
go. I
lock it
gotta
down
go
while
with
you got her.
ownership. Okay, we'll do a commitment. I'll go with that. Um, because commitment is part of ownership as well. When you lock down that commitment, it says I'm responsible for you. You understand? If you're telling me, nah, I would marry her right now, but I gotta get these student loans together. It's like,
That's
what
a
is
slap in
more?
a woman's face.
What is more? What's more your priority? The student loan or that woman?
Yes. If
The
I'm a
commitment to
macchiato,
that
you should have
woman.
married me yesterday.
Because listen, anything can happen while you paying off them student
Macchiato is
loans.
expensive.
And if
But
something
here's the deal.
happens,
Here's the deal. If
she
Evo and
listen,
Carl, you
hold
guys are
on. Legally, listen, legally, she can't do or say shit because she's still just a girlfriend, a living girlfriend. It holds no water.
What are you saying?
You can
Like,
marry her before you
anything
get
could
that
happen.
check.
Like,
You need to marry
what's
her
no,
before
gonna
you
but
get
happen?
that
listen
check.
though, before you guys go into that, that's when
You
I
about
see
to get
people
a check.
always you're trying to out God. Who the person that is for you is for you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
but you
this
don't
man
drag
needs
it.
to pay off his
But you
debt
don't
in order
drag
to
it
feel
though.
like a good husband, if you rush that husband into that marriage before he's ready, because you're making him feel bad that he hasn't done it, and he rushes in there, he is going to be terrible at this job.
Yeah.
He is going to have a divorce in
Nah.
12 months.
D Shields, I gotta stop you there. Hold on. All right, I just want to make sure this is on. Ain't no way that no black man is supposed to say that I gotta wait until I pay my student loans to marry you.
No,
Let
not
me
his
tell you
student
something.
loans.
They've been together 5 years. If he ain't paid them damn student loans yet, that man ain't
we
gonna pay them student loans. Stop
Okay,
playing
I
with
agree.
that macchiato.
Evo,
Marry
I
that
agree about the
macchiato.
student loans.
And he about to get a check, D Shields. You heard him. She got him the lawyer. He about to get a check. She need to have that ring on now. What are we talking about?
we
I
put him
agree
on the
about the
spot.
Ain't no
student
damn
loans,
dummy.
but
Don't
I
you
do
be no
want him to
Don't.
be ready mentally. I need him to be
nah.
ready
He
mentally.
ain't gonna be ready after paying them
Well, if you
student
talk,
loans
hold
either.
on. Wait a minute.
And he
You
gonna be
said,
broke
hold
unless
on.
that check come first.
Hold on. If you saying about being ready mentally, you should have been ready before you stuck your dick in her.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Check
Mentally.
this out. Check this out. That's that workers' comp thing. It usually take 2 to 3 years to get paid. Now I'm pretty sure it's going to take him and I'm doing the mathematics of a woman. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm pretty sure that he in his first year, around about the second year, he probably gonna wait until he get that money to pay them student loans back, and then he gonna be looking at her a little bit funny. And I'm gonna tell you why, because now he got all this extra.
I'm paying my student loans now.
Look, now he got all that extra money, and she not gonna look like a macchiato. She gonna look like a regular black coffee that he gotta put some milk in every now and then. And the women outside are gonna be like, "Oh, like he said, he's short and fat or whatever." That's your words, King. You gonna be like, "But he got money, and he gonna start looking different." Homegirl, if you hear me, lock him down. Do not let him wait until he's I'm telling you,
y'all gotta realize something.
Look, he left. The pressure. You see what I'm talking
about? Listen, look at it for what it is. I don't care if you're black, white,
see, that's
whatever.
the pressure. He know what I'm saying. They always drop down when I'm right.
I don't care if you're black, white, whatever the fuck.
What's up, Dog Leg?
We both, men and women, are allowing too much of this goddamn layaway program to our benefit as an excuse.
Yeah.
We got all the excuses to prolong something. You seen how many motherfuckers been together for 8, 12 years and never been married?
Grandpa always been broke and he married.
Shab, that's exactly what I was going to say. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying, you got people out here. We can have
I know that
together,
I'm different
together.
Because I'm not, I guess because I had marriage. So on my second time around, or this is my, technically my third time around, I am not trying to rush into it.
Don't contaminate us with
comfortable with not rushing.
Don't contaminate the conversation with your experiences because, like I said, you don't want other people to sit here and say, "Yeah, I've been with this dude for 14 years. We ain't married. We live together. We got kids together."
Crazy.
But this is where I'm talking about the commitment. We're doing levels here. If something happens to that dick, you, as the woman, can't go nowhere and say, "I'm his girlfriend, I'm his fiance, I'm whatever." That ain't gonna mount. You better have that license that says, "I'm taking over, I'm boss." Otherwise, a lot of you females gonna wind up like DMX fiance.
I think the problem is more that you expect that to begin with. I mean, I look at people that have been together for 40 years and they're not married. They are married, right? I mean, the marriage is just the commitment that they make to each other.
No.
Okay.
A marriage, a legal marriage, a license. You go back to.
You're talking about that process, Daniel, that in the 60s is when they began to require that you pay for a marriage certificate because
we talk
they
about,
decided that was had to happen because black and white were starting to get married. So
we talk about.
Decided, okay, you have to have a marriage certificate. Before people were living together.
Well, hang on. We talk about Christian marriage. Hang on, so let me finish the thing. One thing. We talk about Christian marriage and stuff, and we have this picture today is like, oh, we go, we get our certificate, we go and we have a, go to a church, we get married, whatever, or in a court, however you like. But originally, you just were married if you had sex. In the eyes of God, you're married. You have chosen somebody, and that is your partner. And there's no formal procession that's needed to that.
That was then. I understand that. But this is
that was then. But what I'm saying is that what really matters is that you are committed to each other and you trust each other. And what you're telling me is that you don't have that trust.
Listen,
you don't trust each other, and that's why you're talking about locking each other down.
Listen, I understand where you was going with it before you said it. All you're talking about is an excuse to run away from full responsibility.
I have not seen very many marriages last only because there was a legal certificate.
And this is why I said, y'all.
But they definitely not gonna last if she's just a girlfriend and you a boyfriend. That'll make you more eager to walk away. You got nothing stopping you. That marriage can mean a lot. That can be half your stuff.
Listen, your limited experience, your lack of understanding, and your fears are all the things why you run away from commitment and responsibility. That's all you're doing when you're getting that marriage license. I am responsible for you legally.
Daniel, you heard
Shab, may I piggyback up on what you're saying? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody.
I'm gonna let y'all talk the way y'all came in, right?
Okay.
Corset, you came back first, and then we got T Lounge.
Yeah. Let Corset go. Yeah.
Real quick,
Oh, all right.
you know me, I'll be
That was
quick.
nice, Doc.
So you heard Daniel
Oh.
what he said immediately. He said straight up he's good at metaphors or analogies. And then he said, this is how you own it. It is for ownership in the black community because the black man don't own a goddamn thing. He don't own shit, but he wants to own the black woman. He said it. He said, I'm good at analogies.
What?
And then started with, you gotta own that.
I took that as ownership, like responsibility, ownership, like
Yeah, it's just a figure of speech.
taking accountability, taking accountability.
It was from the soul.
You just had to go.
Oh, thank you, white man. Hey, thank you, white man, for clearing that up. We appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for.
Everything you wouldn't
That's what I'm here for.
In the
y'all own everything, Daniel. You wouldn't
yelling at the screen. I have been in the clouds yelling at the screen. What the hell are y'all talking about? Number one, yes, wants me, needs me. Anybody who needs me, and I can want protection. I can want security, and I don't have to. When you are a needy individual, that shit off. Now, first off, you don't know if they're with you genuinely, right? Then there's so many different ways. Like right now, I'm still protected. I have my brother. I have my cousins. I have plenty of people that will come and protect me if need be, right? But I want to be with somebody who's willing to protect me and all those things. And the other thing is student loans. You can't get nothing without until you pay them down. Have you tried to get your
He won't be able to buy a house.
You can't buy a house with no student loans. I went to go
buy it once he get that check, and once he leave that black girl for Karen. We all know how this gonna work.
Oh,
he got a plan. Did y'all notice how he dropped down the minute I started talking facts? You know they always drop down when I'm talking facts. Look at the other 90 episodes. He dropped down immediately.
You know what?
The truth
I feel bad going off on him on this because we put him on the spot and he owes no facts to you. I mean, he can just make up whatever reasons he wants.
Listen, Daniel, you don't feel bad because instead of coming on the panel and immediately saying, I have a chocolate caramel macchiato at home, he went on and on about how horrible black women were. So don't feel bad for him. He could have went on about his beautiful
He never once did that.
Listen,
he never once
did that. What are y'all saying? I didn't hear nothing. Are you talking about that young man that was just up here talking about need and want and paying for the
black
bills?
women, yeah.
I didn't hear him say anything disparaging about black women. I've been listening.
Yes,
he did not. Out of the
yes,
way.
he did.
It sounded like somebody. What did he say?
He was talking about black women being loud and black women not being, just the whole typical talk.
No, I must have been to the bathroom at that point.
He sounded like a passport, bro.
Somebody has to be a villain. He did not say any of that. Black Wing,
but he, you know what he didn't come up and do, T Lounge? He didn't come up and sound like a man about to get married. He said that at the end.
He told us he had a woman and he pursued her. He said he kept pursuing her until. So when he first came up, he talked about
maybe I missed it.
And he said that he pursued this woman and she kept saying no, and he kept going for her. And it was asked why she didn't say no originally. Like, he is not the type to disparage black women. I know that, brother. He the ground we walk on.
All right, okay. So he was maybe I came in and heard
something. You mentioned getting married, and you mentioned that you want to pay down student loans. That means that it sounds like somebody who's looking into buying a house or being stable. It doesn't sound like somebody like that's not just an excuse. Like in my opinion.
It's an excuse when
the first one was he wanted to get her a ring.
Excuse to me.
He wants to be able to get her a ring he can afford, so he's waiting to get good money. He wants to get her a nice ring.
He's waiting to get that check, like I said, and watch how he going to change. Watch how he going to change.
Listen, you could get a pear-shaped diamond ring for $3,000. I'm gonna say it again. You're sitting here prioritizing. You got the pussy. You got her homelessness in your fucking crib. Now, the least you could do is come on and put that ring on at this point.
And he said he's gonna marry her next year.
Yeah, but Shaft. And I'm sorry, guys. Can you guys see it and hear me? My service was doing something earlier. Am I good?
How many of y'all brothers engaged right now?
Mine's passed away,
Talking
but
all
I
that
would love to
trash.
do it again.
So
Sorry to hear
nobody.
that, Carl.
See, this is the problem. Like, look how we did Daniel. The thank you, white man, and all that. You know what I'm saying? But Daniel's Daniel's people, they marry all the time. They get married 3 and 4 times. You know what I'm saying? They don't
I was gonna
do
say
like
we
the black man
get
does.
They
and
divorce
wait
more
to
than any
pay
other culture.
yeah,
student
we get
loans.
divorced a lot. I
You
was
get
gonna ask.
divorced. The white people
Wait,
get white
wait.
people
Can
Yeah.
I
get
finish?
divorced.
Can I finish? Everybody gonna talk when I talk? We doing that tonight?
Sorry, Evo.
All right. So what I was saying was, yo, they don't do like our black men do. They wait for student loans. They wait for their credit to get better. They wait to get a better job. You know what I'm saying? A better house. Everything is an excuse other than just marrying this woman that is holding you down. And then while you are waiting, we are waiting on you. You are holding up our life. We are missing Mr. Right because your ass can't get it together. You are holding up our life,
you
our
came
fertility,
unprepared.
everything because
came
you ain't got it
So
unprepared.
together, and we still
you
hold you
said
down. That's
somebody
not
said
fair to her.
something
You keep
interesting
coming
there. That
unprepared. That's my
She got to
is
point.
get
that
5 years. It's not fair to her.
But
She got
I
to
mean,
wait
somebody's
honestly,
loans down. What you was doing in that 5 years? What were you doing in that 5 years? I know for a fact it don't take 5 years to pay down those student loans. I know it.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And if I'm fair, the way Carl said, don't think about it like being a widow. You know, Carl, I'm sorry to hear about your loss also. So if I don't think about it like that, if I'm just talking to the young girl who's just now getting her guy, yeah, you don't want to sit around that 5 years and wait for all that. So I agree. But the only thing
5
that I
years as a
hate to
roommate is
see is
crazy.
compared to one thing that I know for a fact is that white people get more divorces than black people. But
where are you getting that though? I mean,
Yeah, where'd
so
that come from?
before
fact
that's
is
why I
y'all
turned
get
my
more
camera off. I had
divorces
to
than
run
white
over.
people.
But yeah, I was just looking it up though because I wasn't sure because it seems like you guys put a lot of emphasis on like locking it down, whatnot. And I was wondering like, well, maybe they don't get divorced as much as white people because white people do get divorced a lot, right? And I was just looking up statistics on it, and it's not that. I mean, that's not what in 2010, 2021, like surveys says that black people get more divorces than white
I didn't
people.
say about divorce. I said
Really?
marriage.
No.
I was saying marriage.
No.
You went
First
straight
I
to
said
divorce. Why was
divorces.
that?
Black
I
people
said
get more
marriage.
first
Why did you go
divorces.
straight to divorce when I say getting married? You see the mindset of the men that we deal with? Why was the first thing y'all
Well,
went
so
to divorce when I was saying getting married?
yeah, well, because there's like maybe just like a different sort of mentality of
But you looked up
we
divorce and I
we
said
just
getting
like
married.
churn through and until you find the right person, basically, right? Like maybe white people aren't putting so much emphasis on marriage in general, right?
I wouldn't know the difference between either or because one thing about your statistics not going to tell you why. It could be from abuse. It could be because one got locked
Hmm.
up, one passed away. It could be a lot of variables why people got divorced. So the
Right.
statistics is not going to break that down. I wouldn't even use it. It's
But it still
misleading.
makes you. But I mean, it
No,
still makes you correct.
I wouldn't say that because if you're saying like because of abuse or something, that's something that you date somebody for a while to find out, right? Now, I'm not trying to say like 5 years is like, oh, everybody should wait 5 years or something. I'm just saying like there seems to be a general idea that you don't even have to wait like a year. Like you just like uh, are eager to get married, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. And to me,
You just
I
don't want to
I
be in a relationship where it's a layaway program that extended too long. Do you
Forever.
understand? Roommate with benefits?
I totally agree that getting married is like a really meaningful signal of commitment, right? Like it's important. It's a great thing.
I'm
Um,
starting to wonder if you're against it because you're very much defending it.
no, I'm just saying that when you get married, you want to make sure that you're with the right person, and everybody has their own reasons for why
You're
they're
not going
waiting
to
or this or
know if
that.
it's the
But
right person until the outcome because people
uh,
evolve
yeah,
every 5, 10 years. So
I like
therefore,
that. I
you
like
might
that,
like me
Thalia.
today, but as
that's
time evolves, you change, I change. Can we evolve together?
yeah,
Interdependency. What I
yeah.
said earlier, brother, the relationship have to be above both of you.
Yes.
Not
What you're
not
talking
not the
about
same
is a
level.
commitment to the relationship and to each other, right? And so
Right.
you're
That's
going to work
it.
to make it work. But
Right.
The
it
problem is,
takes
wait,
it
wait.
takes a year or
The
two
problem.
to stop to stop like lying to yourself and to really get to know somebody. That's all. Like you can convince yourselves that you're in that honeymoon
Fuck
thing
getting to
and
know
go,
somebody. Fuck all that getting to know somebody. Get along with them. Because as long as you get along with a person, that'll stretch you way longer than what you think you know
yeah,
today.
that's
The
maybe
problem is,
true.
wait, one
Well, I
second.
mean, you're,
If I might
yeah,
interject real
sorry.
quick, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, man.
The problem with what you're saying, sir. I don't know your name on the far right at the top. I'm Dark Lake. How you doing? And thank you, Evo, for having me on the show. I hope you guys can hear and see me well. Something was going on with my service earlier. I don't know, but can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem with what you're saying is that even if you do find the right person, at certain points in that relationship, you're not going to feel like that's the right person. So that can't be
Yeah.
the only thing that matters, because that right person that you find isn't always going to be the right person. Sometimes you're going to hate that person. Sometimes that person is going to annoy you.
Yeah.
So that can't just be the sole basis for why we're getting married, if that makes sense, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah, no, people that want to float on that like happy love feeling forever, that doesn't work out. You always can love your partner. You're not always going to like them, right?
The dopamine
You have to decide
and
to stay
I
together.
think that you should get to know somebody for quite some time before you say forever. I'm sorry. I think that a year you could still be dealing with the pretender.
The representative.
About 2 years, you might kind of know who you're dealing with. Okay, and then year 3, I think it's decision making time. Now, yes, 5 years is quite some time. That homeboy was talking about. I'm not denying that. You know, it's time to kind of shit will get off the pot. However, he was talking about next year. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't.
Well, here's the thing. I think that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
If I had $1 for every time a case came across where a couple been married for 10, 20 years, but the wife didn't know the man liked little boys. Do you understand?
He was ignoring shit.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
He was ignoring something.
No, it's not so much just ignore. I'm saying is that we evolve. Whatever
Nobody
you
evolves
like,
into order.
You don't evolve to pedophilia. You don't evolve.
You evolve. No,
like, what we talking about?
No. I'm not talking about evolving that. I'm saying that what you think about a person in 2005 is not going to be applied in 2025 because niggas became a vegan, stopped smoking, started smoking, gained weight. There's so many variables that we evolve that goes with our mentality. Let's go
People
for
change.
it, ladies.
Yeah.
If every female in here right now lost 40 pounds, it would affect them mentally and how they move. It will change them. If I gave all of y'all $1 million, your mindset gonna change. It's gonna change you on how you deal with people. Everything changes you.
It does.
If you walk out your door right now and get hit upside the head, trust me, from now on, you're forever changed.
Well, that's the reason why I tell people, are you trying to plan a wedding? Are you planning a wedding or are you planning a marriage? Because a marriage understands that it's going to be changes. It's not always going to be the same. I wish I could lie to you and say it's always going to be
but it goes
perfect
back to
and they're
being
always going to desire
prepared.
you, want you, and need
I
you.
mean, if I had $1 for every woman that thought that they could change a man to make him better, I would have more dollars than you.
You wouldn't.
People do change, and change comes with intention. Change comes from your surroundings changing. But when you are together and you're committed, like you do grow together. The idea that like any two random people could be in a relationship together if they really are committed, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be the best together. Some people would have to work harder than others, right?
But this is the scapegoat that I'm keep hearing. What is wrong with being prepared?
That's what we're talking about, though.
What do you mean? Yeah, we're just talking about getting to know somebody to make sure that they are the person that you want to be with, and you're not fighting like somebody that suffers from some personality trait that you just can't deal with. I mean,
but see, here's the problem. It's a loophole that, in my opinion, is a loophole for exploitation and manipulation, right? Like what the woman was saying on the far right. I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't know your name on the far right. But when you were talking about like make sure
about on the far right. Hold on. Are you talking about me or
Yeah, you, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Talking
wish
about
y'all left
D.
your names
Why? No,
underneath.
why do you always ask my name? By now, you know at least D.
There's not a name
Yeah, you
tag
been
on the
on a couple
damn bottom
panels
of the
with her.
Well,
screen.
ma'am, hold on. Ma'am, hold on.
He says
I'm
the same
dark
thing
leg,
every time. I
but I
don't know
wanted to
what's her
say,
name. What's that one lady name? Okay, enough. All right, I'm joking. I'm joking. Go ahead.
no,
Continue.
I wanted to say that the advice that you were giving earlier about like basically don't force a man into marriage, make sure that that man, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you were saying make sure that that man is ready for marriage before you even entertain that idea. That's what you were saying, right?
Mm.
That's what I believe, that you need to, that he needs to be ready, and that you need to be sure that he's ready, and he needs to be sure that he's ready.
Okay, so in my opinion, when it comes to the black community en masse, that train of thought is a problem. I think anecdotally, that's good advice, like for your own personal advice, because there's nuances. I think as an individual, that's good advice. I don't think
Mhm.
that's good advice collectively for the mass of black people in
Why?
relationships, because
Why are black
basically
people?
because
Why are black
because
people not having to answer to a person being mentally stable to be in a relationship?
well, that's a different argument.
Why
That's
are
not what
we not
that's not
having
what I'm
to answer
responding
Yeah,
that?
to. Well,
I want
that's
to
a
hear
wait, one
your
second.
reason.
That's a
Yeah.
different argument. That's a different argument. The person being mentally stable, I guess, is an aspect of it, but I'm speaking in general based upon the point that you were making. And the point that you were making
But you're
is
not making my
essentially, it's
point. So
but
just make your
what was I'm trying to get there, right? So the thing about it is, right, the issue that I see is that when you create this assertion, right, that's a president that's like, okay, it's okay to just be with somebody prolonged because they're not ready to be married. What it
No,
does
I
is
didn't say
essentially
that.
just give people, well, that was the point that you were making, right?
No,
But
that is
because
not
that's
the
what
point
would
that I am
naturally,
making. That is the
but
perception that you receive based on
that's
levels
what
of
would naturally
understanding that
happen.
you possess.
But see, this is the point though. It provides a loophole and an opportunity for exploitation for people to take advantage of people. So now you're basically just not you personally, but that idea basically creates a notion for men to be like, you know what? We just want pussy. We don't want to commit. So let's just continue to say we're not
But
ready to get
before
married
you are
to take
intimate
advantage of
with
this
the
woman.
person, before
That's
you're
good.
intimate with the
Good.
person,
Say
you
Why
should
is
good.
that
know
so
that that's the
common?
type of person
I
that you
got one
are.
for y'all then. How about this? How about this? If a man needs time to get married, then a woman should not have any sex with him. She should
That's what I'm
hold his
saying.
sex until he's
It
ready
would
to
help
get
the black.
married.
That
You
would
know
help
how
the
many
black community,
men are
Evo.
going to miraculously start being ready for marriage?
I think
That
that
would
I would
miraculously
be okay
help the
with
black
that.
community.
It's
A whole
going
nother
to
thing.
happen out of the
But
woodwork,
are you
which means
saying that
that's an
people are supposed to get
excuse. That's an excuse not to
I
get married.
guess you're saying ready or not?
Yeah, a lot
You
of
talking
men
to
will
me
be like,
or
no,
talking to
I'm
Evo?
ready to get married.
Yeah, I'm talking to
Like,
you. Are you saying like ready or not?
it's
Can
like
you
if you
elaborate on
say,
that?
No,
okay,
Wait.
sir.
When you say,
well, I'll
hold
tell you
on,
what I'm
pause,
talking about.
pause. When you say
Hold
ready
on.
or not,
I
can you
tell you,
elaborate?
wait. She asked me what I'm talking about. I just want to tell her. So just like the young man, he said that I gotta pay these student loans. See what I'm saying? Now, if she said, okay, until you pay them student loans and you ready to marry, we're not going to have sex. We're gonna prepare you to pay them student
What's
loans.
wrong? Yeah.
He would pay them
Yes.
student loans. They be paid tomorrow.
Yes.
He sell some blood, some
Yes.
plasma,
Yes.
all that. He a macchiato. He's selling all his belongings. That damn TV,
Yes.
he's
And it
selling
would
all
help
that.
the black community.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
I'm a woman.
Would divorce rates be higher or lower?
Talking about
Lower.
I'm asking
Really?
you saying ready or not, just ready or
Like,
not to marry.
Wait, can you please elaborate on ready or not real quick? Just real quick second.
You asked D, you said, D, what do you mean by don't marry a man until he's ready? And you said that's going to set a precedent for black people, yada, yada.
Yeah, to take advantage. Yeah.
Are you saying we need to be getting married ready or not?
Right.
No, I think that what I'm really trying to illustrate is because there's nuances to things in
What you're
context, so we
trying to
can't
do is
forget that.
disagree
But
with
what I'm
me,
saying
because
is,
that's what you love to do. But go ahead.
wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Repeat that one more
I
time.
said
What I'm trying to
you're
do.
trying to come up here and disagree with me because that's your favorite pastime. Go ahead.
No, I told you. Oh, so you know me. Okay.
Yes. By now.
Okay.
D
Okay.
Shields. D
But
Shields,
so
you're
here's what I'm
very
saying.
combative tonight.
Hey, she
Hold on.
caught. I'm caught. I'm caught. She got me.
D Shields,
But
you're
wait,
being
wait,
very combative tonight. I'm just gonna point that out.
What you say?
ma'am. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying
What
to
you
say
say,
just
Carl?
strictly.
I
Yeah.
said you're being very combative tonight.
I
Yeah.
I'm
understand
just
I
how
saying
it is.
like
that.
this train of thought, Derek.
She just don't agree.
Evo has my
Ain't
back.
no
Doesn't
saying.
he do that all the time? He does that to me all the time when he gets up here.
Oh, okay.
I get not
So y'all
waiting
got a
for
relationship.
perfection.
I'm
If
gonna
you
stay
wait for
out of that.
perfection, that's you're gonna be waiting forever. I understand not waiting for perfection, but if you're
Mm-hmm.
waiting for somebody who's, I mean, but if you're rushing into something with somebody who is not, and when I think ready, I'm automatically thinking mentally ready for marriage. You're just waiting. You're just rushing closer to the divorce court, in my opinion. Like,
And
how-
see, that
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
that is the absolute worst case scenario that cannot be the standard. And yes, what you just said is a possibility, but there's no way to fathom the probability of that scenario. So it's a worst
Okay.
case scenario. So you're basically believing in something in bad faith.
No, wait.
not
You're just no.
necessarily.
You're doing the. No,
50-50.
you're disagreeing with yourself there. Like, because you're saying on one hand that
I'm with
this
her.
likelihood of getting divorced, in this situation is maybe higher, but we can't predict it. But the
didn't say
the likelihood of guys doing something that we all agree is not really very good, right? Developing bad
Mhm.
personality traits that we wouldn't promote.
Mhm.
If you allow them to do something that is healthy on an individual level, as you said, right? A good idea, but not in this community. Why are you expecting the worst from the community in that situation, but you're not expecting the worst when it comes to divorce rates?
And you're speaking to me, right?
Y'all are
Yeah.
expecting the worst.
Okay,
Wait.
the reason
Yeah,
the
this
reason
way
why is
past my
because
pay grade.
the reason why is because
Marriage.
well, the reason why is, and it's not a contradiction in my opinion, but the reason why is because I'm looking at the track record, right? The black community, and I love the black community. I love black people. I love white people, whatever, all people. But the thing about it is, there are some negative statistics attached to different demographics of people. I basically focus on the ones in the black community because I'm a black person. So when it comes to the nuclear family, the statistics for the past 60 years have been in the trash when it comes to the nuclear family. And I'm not blaming black women and I'm not blaming black men. I'm talking about a trend that's been going on for the past 60 years or so that is not including aspects of the nuclear family, right? The two-parent household, children, legacy. And a lot of what we
Yeah.
talk about, what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, how long we should wait, da 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 da. These are all
variables.
processes. These are variables or processes that allow for degeneracy to happen, which is going to happen in our community. And the thing about it is, it's not. Wait, 1 second. It's not really just about black people. It's about people in general. If you provide a rule, it's natural for people to try to find a loophole to get the benefit without putting out the effort. So that's everybody. That's not just black men or black women or whatever. So that's why.
Thing that has caused the reason why the nuclear family is
Yeah.
in dismay. The reason why this is because either the music or the movies or something made sex more important than longevity. Made sex and connecting, swiping on apps, picking and choosing, and only fansing. That is the thing that caused people when men got on social media and you could see these all the time. You may not want what you have at home. So social media is to blame. Music is to blame. Movies
black women are to blame for allowing
people are way too into having sex.
No, women are to blame for allowing staying committed to their relationship.
There's some valid points. There's some valid points there.
Yeah.
Black
People
women
falling away from God is the blame because you know church people back in the day, people went to church, they congregate, they met people, they met families, they were more married then because we were all in the same mindset in unity. And we all did the same things. So when we started leaving the church, first the men, because when you overcome the strongest person in the house, everything else will fall. So it's like that.
churches is no longer the place to go
Okay.
look for a wife, right?
Your mic is
A lot
messed
of
up.
times, the most strongest person in the
I'm sorry.
house is the woman.
It's
You
Sorry,
know,
can you,
Find a
can you
wife
hear me
is
now?
so
media, hoes have always been hoes.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, and you
yeah.
let them in for free. This
Yeah,
is
but
what
still,
happens.
the
You
Bible
keep
tells you about
saying
the
he has
homes.
the
The
bum
Bible
ass
tells you
view.
about
Hold on,
be
stop. Give me a minute.
accountable. The
Give me a
Bible
minute.
tells you about the family. The Bible tells you how to be a husband. The Bible tells you how to be a wife. So all the things that are instructional that everybody
It's
needs
her phone.
is
It's her phone
there.
for set.
And is it bad? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's breaking in, so you didn't hear
Oh,
Corset for a minute.
Okay.
oh, there
I
it
think,
is.
yeah.
I'm not going to
I think
take.
before we call that like our model family, we should probably look at whether the families were healthy, right? It's not like there was less
Yeah, exactly.
adultery
You need help. You need
in
good
traditional.
morals. That health
Yeah.
is rooted in morals and ethics. It's not rooted in social media. It's not rooted in TikTok. You can't get everything from that. It's rooted with also what you've seen your parents do, and you emulate what you do. Your first instructions is from your parent. So if we have all these
That's
broken
true.
homes, there's nothing that we
Yeah.
can emulate. And the reason why sometimes black folks be like, "Oh, why can't we be like white folks?" Is because they're they're more healthier. They don't, really come at each other like that in the household, and we don't give our children the freedom. We're always like, "Get over here, snatch up, sit down, boy."
I'm gonna
That's a
add on to
different.
that and say that moral, that good example is great, but also social expectations, just societal expectations. When the whole
Mhm.
society expects guys to be untrustworthy and to ditch out on a woman after 3 years, why shouldn't they? I
It's
mean,
the yo.
apparently
Hold
that's
on. Y'all just sat here and mentioned all the stereotypical brainwashing techniques.
No, it's not stereotypical and it's not
Yes, it is a
brainwashing. It's
stereotypical because the
actually
because
so
brainwash
white
is
factual.
people
So,
conduct
the
themselves so much
brainwash is
different than we
Stephanie.
do in the household. They have just as dysfunction. They have just as much dysfunction as
yeah.
we do.
but I'm saying if you're not staying accordance to
I
what
went
it says,
to school.
because
I
it
went to
addresses.
school primarily with white kids. They
Yeah,
were
Well,
because
we
listen,
could argue about
listen,
what the right model is, but I don't think
we can't.
having
It's
like
not even a.
solid morals is bad, right? I
It's
mean,
not even an argument because little Timmy, who has everything under the sun, learned by the age of 15 how to hack computers. Jamal is not hacking computers. Okay,
Yeah, but Jamal
Jamal.
is selling drugs on the street, which is just as bad as he's
Hold
hacking
on,
into
Stephanie.
somebody's
Hold on. And I'm going to go
life.
where Carl is going with that. Because one thing that you don't, like I said that earlier on the panel, I think when you were there, Corset, I don't know, you heard me say that on TikTok earlier, that the disparities that have happened in our communities compared to when they came into this land and they took over this land and they made sure that their culture had more opportunities than our culture has. And so that could be the reason why you may see dysfunction in the home. But please, because I grew up in and around all things vanilla, I don't want y'all to think that there's not
at
yelling and
all.
screaming and
Hunter
hollering
Biden
and
had
bad
cracking
children.
guns in the doggone White House. What are y'all talking about?
I don't believe this
It
I'm
shit.
doesn't
not
matter. It
going
doesn't matter what happens in the house. Asians do different things. They beat their kids too.
You haven't
It's
seen
about
you
the
never
result that they're getting.
he
They're
was
What
smoking.
is the
sticking to
results?
whatever
You
they're
didn't see Hunter
sticking to.
Biden's picture where he was actually smoking the crack. You didn't see that, Carl?
when Asians beat their kids, they get good math grades.
You
That's
didn't
the
see it? I
difference.
can show it to
Yeah,
you.
No,
exactly.
I
So
remember.
it's
I
like they
remember.
have a culture they
Uh,
stick to, and
They
they
all
having good
went to school
results.
and
And
math.
learn
We
Listen,
from
know
but
each
we
other.
want to.
It's not
listen,
good.
Stephanie,
It's not good results.
listen,
What are you
listen.
talking about?
And they divorce less.
This brother
Asians
next
divorce
to
less.
me, if he put on a three-piece suit and go in the
Yeah,
elevator,
they divorce less. Absolutely.
your anxiety level is going to be so low because he look
My anxiety
harmless.
level is low with anybody in the three-piece suit.
But then, no,
Italian
it's
culture specifically, okay?
I'm talking about an experiment
Not mine.
that we've seen
Yeah.
thousands of times. You
Yeah.
put me in
No.
an elevator with a woman with a three-piece suit in an office building, her anxiety is going to be more up than him. Why? Because the stereotype brainwashing is be afraid of the black man, not afraid of the white guy. But it's the
Yeah.
white guy that came to rob the place, not me. I'm coming to get a job.
I get everything that y'all are saying. What I'm trying to get at is it's really to me a warped sense of thinking when we think that white people are not experiencing some of the things that we are experiencing. They are. It's happening.
Right. There's more of them on welfare than black people.
Why
But
do
what
you
I'm
think?
saying is
Why
the
do you think he was
message.
able to stay home and it was still masses of people?
But
I'm
see,
okay. This
we
is what
know
I'm
this.
saying.
But the
I
message
think on
that's
what y'all
going out,
comparative.
the
I'm saying
brainwash message that's
they
going
embrace
out is
their
that they're
children.
superior
They do
when they're
certain things
not.
that we don't
Oh yeah,
do.
that's at the same time.
Oh,
Who going first?
I was just
Me,
saying that the message being put out is that they're more superior than we are. Their
I didn't say
outcomes
they
is
were
better than we
superior.
are. No, I didn't
I
say
didn't
you
say
are,
that.
Stephanie. I
No,
said
but
the
I'm
message.
saying the thing
Y'all got
is we're not family oriented. So just like Dark Lake said, there is a
What?
thing for
Well,
the
we can't
past.
say that. We can't say we
What
I
are
are.
you
feel
talking
We
about?
really.
can say that. We say things, and this is not stereotypical because we all say it, or people have
That
said it. I'm
definitely is
18.
Bro,
I
how
can't
many
stereotypical.
wait to get out.
cookouts you been
That's not
to?
good.
Okay, can I
You
say
know,
it?
Yeah.
barbecues
Wait,
and
I
let her
don't
functions.
think
finish
we
first.
should.
Can
I
I
don't
say
even
it?
think that should be
Let her
feminist like
let
that.
her finish before we
Rephrase
disagree.
that, Stephanie.
Yeah, we say it.
Because
We
I
well,
grew
when
up
I
with
get
both of my
18,
parents.
when I get 18, I can't wait to get out of my parents' house. It's we don't
White
foster
kids
enough
say that way more
people
than black
around
kids do, though.
people. And we want to get out. We want to kick our children out. So that okay, that's one side we want to get out. And the other side, the parents they want to kick the children out.
What are
So
we
and then
talking about
also
here?
we don't have enough.
Middle
I'm
age.
confused. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. That is every stereotype in the book right
Yeah,
there. What is we
that's some
talking
real
about?
bad
Yeah.
stereotype.
What is we
That's
talking
that
about?
generalization
Yeah.
should even come
I
out
I've
your
always
never.
mouth.
felt like yeah, I've always thought I mean I thought this was just a stereotype too, but the opposite stereotype that black people were more family oriented in general. Uh, but is that not true?
You
I
know damn
I
There
well
is
guess
no
so.
more
It's
to
we
that.
have
true.
There
way
is
more
no
barbecue.
more or
Listen,
less. You know what I'm
black
saying?
people
Well,
have way
Families
more.
are
that
subjective.
families are closer than
Yeah,
families aren't. I don't know
Families
if
are subjective.
yeah.
Yeah, we can't say
necessarily
more or less
as
with
Because
Black
that.
people have
like
way more.
the,
Listen, black people have way more barbecues together than
that's
white
what I was gonna
people.
say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we do
the
have
black cookouts that I've been to have been like
the
huge
total.
family, like everybody in the family is there, like and white
Compared to
people
when we go
cookouts
to Becky
are
house and
all
it's only two
friends.
or three there. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
all friends, right? It's no family invited. It's all friends, right?
Now
But
We're
what?
like,
y'all might have less shootouts than we do, but we still family oriented.
No, we black culture is more family oriented. The black culture is more family oriented. White people can't stand their grandma. That half the time the brothers aren't talking. Oh, if I could go on and on and on.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I hear a lot of complaints about family and from black friends too,
We agree, but we be
but you're
each other.
complaining doesn't mean that you abandon them, right? Like you know each
Right,
other better too. First off,
They
yeah.
take them out of
I
their.
couldn't
They
even
take
complain
family
about half
members
my
out of
sisters
their
because I don't
will,
know them well
Daniel.
enough.
You
Yeah.
know your people take family members out of the will. They are cold hearted.
I know we're talking in generalizations here too, right? Like
Cold hearted as
I
heck.
grew up.
Be doing that, and they
I
don't
grew
have.
up.
At least
Yeah.
they know they out of the will ahead of time. Black people be
Yeah.
finding out at the doggone funeral home.
Yeah. And I grew up in North Idaho where like there's just like the very like huge families of Hicks out in the woods that very into family, right? Like they all have their grandma and grandpa, great grandparents still living in the house and stuff.
You grew
Like
up in
it's not like
Idaho,
all white
Daniel.
people
That
are.
doesn't count.
Yeah,
Daniel, you grew up in Idaho. In Idaho, there are only 8 houses in every neighborhood. Don't talk anymore.
I know.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, I also lived in San Francisco
Okay.
and
Okay,
Honolulu, and
okay.
yeah.
We got
Don't
nothing to
let
do with gay
anybody
town.
finish a damn
Yeah.
statement.
We got
No.
nothing to
Go
do
ahead.
with gay
Sorry.
town.
So let me ask y'all something.
Oh Lord,
Now
this is
we
funny.
was talking about modern masculinity, right? And and we
Oh
covered
yeah.
a lot of things, right? So it seems that the consensus is to let a man, you got what I'm saying, pay all his bills, get his life together first before he gets married. You know what I'm saying?
Before you even
How
get
does that
pussy,
tie into modern masculinity? I could tell y'all, but I want y'all to tell me.
like I said before, we're lazy when it comes down to not an expectation, but even the bare minimum. It's too much Groupon. It's too much letting it slide. It's too much. I'm gonna help you build. It's too much manipulation. It's way
Mhm.
too much of everything. But we're not learning how to get along with each other. Number one, and we're not prepared for each other. Number two, if you're not prepared, how the hell you telling me you're prepared for a woman, but you're not prepared for marriage? You're prepared to stick your dick in there, but you're not prepared to take care of those twins she's about to have. You're crying about child support. So it's just mind boggling to
I
me.
understand what
We're
you're
letting
saying.
too much go.
I understand what you're saying. We jump bad so fast when it
Yeah.
comes to everything, but the commitment and the longevity,
And
like
the responsibility, right?
and the
Commitment and responsibility. We got all the excuses to avoid those two things.
And I tell you, I have homegirls that they just do not understand why I'm like not interested in going down that road. They're like, "What? But don't you need it? Don't you feel?" And I'm like, "Yeah, well, yeah." But what I'm not going to do is put myself in any kind of pretty soon, that ain't even going to be a situation. But I'm not putting myself in a situation to where I'm dealing with.
And see, I don't have a problem with a woman that says she's single. I don't have a problem with a woman saying she want to stay single or if she's celibate. I don't got a problem with none of that. I have a problem with it only when you're sitting there talking about you can handle, but you have no contingency. You could be single, but if you have no contingency, what happens if this happens? You're not prepared.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that the modern femininity that exists right now is the things that everyone is going against. Everyone's going against the Meghan Markle sitting and cooking and baking in the kitchen. Even Cardi B is now.
Sorry.
Even
Yeah, I
Cardi
was
B
gonna
is now
ask
gathering the
what.
children and being more soft. And I think that the men
Yeah.
that are stuck in that time when we were so independent, they're not used to women ready to be soft and very well taken care of and not going against, what they just ready to just be at home again. I don't think that they're ready for it, but I think that there are a lot of women that are embracing
But
that
that's
being
the
our
thing.
lifestyle again.
That's the thing. If he's unprepared for a woman, not just marriage, he's unprepared for the responsibility of a woman. Yeah, you damn right you better go out there and make some money, woman, and contribute to the bills. Because I don't want to admit I'm unprepared.
Right.
That's bullshit.
Right, but other
I
than
was
that, my
thinking.
father never had my mother. If she chose to work, that was her choice. She didn't have to. So it just I like that era. I have nothing. I have no issues with that era. I have no issues
Y'all
with
women
being at
have
home.
y'all women got all the cards right now. Y'all can change every swinging dick on this planet. Tell these motherfuckers that you're not fucking them unless they got a life insurance.
We
Watch
do
how many
have the
motherfuckers
power.
go get it life insurance.
We do have the power.
So my father just passed away this last week, and I was like going through all this old stuff. Right, I was looking
My
like he's
condolences,
born
Daniel.
in
Sorry to hear that.
what's that?
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Our
sorry.
Oh no. Thank you.
Condolences.
It's all right. I was just going through his life, born in 1954, and like there's been a lot that's changed, right? Like
Yeah.
looking at women's right to vote, black right to vote was obviously he was too young for like really remembering a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of history, just massive events that have changed our country dramatically, right? And I look at black culture, the amount that it has evolved, right? The number of huge events that have impacted the black community in general over the last just 50 years, right? And I look at black women, especially, right? It's like doubly so for black women. The amount of change that has impacted all of us means that we're all pretty bad at like navigating the way relationships work, right? When you have women that are more independent than they used to be, and they don't necessarily know how that independence works, and then the guys don't know how to let them have it. I feel like
I
there's a
mean, let
lot
them
of
have it. You
maturing
know,
that has to happen in the community in general. That we're like trying to hold on to old stuff while trying to push all this new stuff through, and nobody really knows how to do it.
It's
It's
hard.
not that.
what do you mean? It's not old stuff or new stuff. If you know how to get along with somebody, if you sat down and read the definition of interdependency and what
Yeah,
it looks like, you don't need old school, new school. It's right in front of you.
yeah, but you're an old dude, man. Of course you know that by now. But a 18-year-old kid that's grown up and hasn't been taught any of this stuff, and he's like,
No,
all I
Oh,
know is that I've got to be tough and go out and like try to pick up some chicks because
But you
that's what
know
all
what?
my
I
friends
never
talk about.
hear.
Older,
I
Carl,
never
calm
hear
Yeah.
down.
people
You're older.
admit that
Calm
it was
down.
strategic. That this was all strategic. Everybody is pretending. This is why America plays in our face so well. Everybody is pretending that the conservative Republicans didn't plan 2025 100 years ago. Why are we doing that? Why are we pretending that they didn't destroy things at the point that freedom was given to blacks? They knew that they were going to do this. And there is a letter that you can actually read. It's in an old newspaper article, maybe in Chicago. And there's a letter that was written, a newspaper article that was written about how they intentionally created an environment where the black man had to leave the home. It was intentional. So the
Yes.
destruction of men, the destruction of women that you see, even the destruction of all cultures across America, to move all the different nationalities in and then begin to kick them out. This was all a plan. It was intentional to put it all together and make it look beautiful and to then destroy it in this year. And the fact that so many people are acting so shocked and, you know, I'm just, I don't know. The same Project 2025 is the same manuscript that was given to Reagan. Are we pretending that manuscript wasn't
It's
given
the
to
Heritage
Reagan?
Foundation now, and you know what's funny? I was talking about this in 2014, and you know who was president back then? I was talking about this in 2014 in my, I forgot the science and human ethics class or something like that. And I said they're getting ready to get rid of Social Security. And I went down the list, public schools, so on and so forth.
And that was when Obama was
president. And my professor told me to have several seats. I wonder where she is right now. She used to tell us that she looked like a black Barbie. She didn't.
Because they know. A lot of people, you know what a guy told me in college? He said, a kid told me he was mad at his dad, right? Literally mad at his dad. And he said, I want y'all to know that my dad's a Republican and there's a private email that exists. So when Truth Social popped up, I was like, that's that private email that's always existed among white people. They've always sat back and watched the destruction of communities.
But the
they
thing
always
about
knew that this year would come.
Is that this is about race. That's the big illusion that they got going, is that this is about race. This is a class,
and it's not
situation. This is about money, all the way back to the Civil War. It had nothing to do with black people. It had everything to do with industry versus agriculture.
It's about money.
Always about money.
Race is just a convenient division, right?
For the modern feminine, the woman at home and the man out working. And I don't know what kind of boots on the ground are you guys going to do, Carl, to get the boys ready? Because it's coming. The women are going to be sitting at home and the men are going to be working.
Lord have mercy.
The
They're not ready.
I keep
it's
saying
already happening.
There's no 50-50. There is no 50-50.
I keep talking about selfishness, right?
Yeah.
The more unselfishness, the better we can become.
Absolutely.
That means you're spending more time getting the younger generation to understand what it is. I'm talking about sitting down, spending time with them, and showing them in real time, this is what you do. It's like sitting down with a 12-year-old boy and you teach him how to take a toaster apart and put it back together. It's like sitting down with a kid and y'all reading the dictionary together. You understand? We don't put in that unselfish time into what we want to be better. So rather it's our relationship, children, whatever the case, we're not invested because we're too selfish. How do I benefit from it?
Yeah.
But hold on, but Carl, you're not taught that. You're not going to be invested in to teach your sons that. That's a totally different thing. You're not taught that. My dad taught me that all the way through, and I teach my sons and my daughters that.
Right. You're talking about what is important, and we're trying to talk about also the tradition that leads to that, right? The carrying that on from example. And a lot of the examples that Stephanie gave, I probably disagree with, but having a tradition that supports good values and like family support and stuff is where you build those skills.
I'm talking about everything's given. I sit down with my godkids for 18 years. We play Monopoly. I'm talking about watching these two when they get 15, 16, pulling out their debit card and saying, no, I got it. You understand? And they buying their own clothes and stuff. This is stuff that was taught to them early. Invested time, unselfish. Instead of me worrying about some goddamn pussy or something that affect me, I unselfish got to put in the time to
Yeah.
them. This way they can do what they're doing now.
Yeah, you can break it and break the cycle and teach good
Of course.
behavior at any point. It's just harder, right? When you don't have those examples built in. And I feel like there's been,
if you're
sorry,
letting
go
a
ahead.
kid, if you're letting a kid, I'm sorry, if you're letting a kid stay out after school, or you don't trace their movement, you don't pay attention who they associate with, you don't have time. That's the excuse right there. That's the lie right there. You should know every fucking person, every kid they associate with. You should be into them from every minute. And brother, you know this. When your son get out of school, your daughter get out of school, ain't no it took her an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to walk to the door by herself. What? She'll tell you, I picked her up from school and took her to school from junior high all the way till now. When she started college, I wasn't playing that. You have to be unselfish in your relationship and in your kids. Anything else is an excuse, brother.
But I just think that overall, you see the handful of people that have it together and are ready for this modern way of being. But then there are too many that are not ready, and I see the destruction that they can't wait to see happen. So many.
So stop rewarding.
Like you're saying,
stop rewarding them. Then that's my
yes.
point. Stop rewarding the people that are not prepared. Listen, dude, you got what? Child support. I can't give you no pussy. Oh, you got student loan. I can't give you no pussy. You're not prepared.
But
So
it's,
I'm not going to
it's
reward
way
you.
beyond that, Carl.
It's beyond sex.
We're in a time where if you have a decent credit score, 6 months rent saved up, and all the stuff that they say that you're supposed to have, we're still in a shit ton of trouble.
Exactly.
Also, it's not all women's responsibility to fixing that.
I give my mom as an example. My mom is an example. She worked 38 years for the federal government. She's about to retire, right? Her 401k is in the toilet. She may not be getting Social Security. Her pension, if she don't get out of there in time, is And it's somebody who worked 38 years, married, widowed.
Yes, and the last 72 hours, more people that I know have lost their 401k. Yeah. The thing that they thought that they were going to fall back on, and this is what I thought was disgusting about this nation, this masculine nation of men that are always, Carl, we have to disagree, and I like what Daniel said. You know, it's not about women giving it up. I just don't think that that's the problem. I just don't think that that's the problem. Wow, over the last 72 hours, millions of people, 401k tanked. What they were going to fall back on tanked over the last 72 hours. And Forbes decided to put out the 3,028 people billionaire list. Rich people are playing in this nation's face, and poor people are talking about who gave who some ass. I'm disturbed.
Yeah.
As hell.
How long is this excuse gonna fly that the YT man did this to us 100 years ago?
That shit is so boring to hear.
What are we gonna do? Can I fucking finish today?
No, I'm agreeing with you, but I've been hearing that.
I don't need validation, sir. I am the last one who needs validation, sir. I just want to finish the statement. That's it. Y'all don't want to give women what we want. Y'all want to stuff us with what you think we need. I just want to finish a sentence. I don't need validation. If y'all just listen to us, we can succeed together. If I hear you say a statement that marriage is me controlling you or me owning you, we don't want to be owned. Some of us want to be wanted, and eventually we trust you enough to need you. But we have to get to that level. But right now, we can't trust y'all to not blame the white man for everything. All you doing by that is telling us we need to go get a white man because he got y'all on lock. He got y'all submitting. He got y'all obeying. The idea of masculinity to me is the white man because he is y'all daddy black man. He was the one who pushed you out the home. He's the one who let you lead that woman to the child support office. He the one who got you destroying your credit. The white man in charge. That's the masculinity. We got to stop making excuses.
But listen, when you hear,
I think that's exactly what Carl said.
that is what Carl said. But listen, the only like
Almost.
I didn't even say white man. I said rich, and then I said conservative, and I said Republican. Look at how we are when people constantly hear white when we say those words. It's so disturbing.
What during the election, this started. She started blaming Mexicans for all the black people problems. These rich people were so good, and we were so gullible and stupid that we sat here and was like, Mexicans who pick fruit for 25 cents a basket are the problems in stealing black people jobs. We believe that bullshit. Because we believe these rich, dumbass white people who were just able to steal before we even existed. They great-grandparents stole. They great-grandparents before that stole. And now there's a South African in the White House running shit. His people went to South Africa, stole that land, stole the riches, manipulated, and now these white people is bending over to an African and the wrong kind. It is beautiful to see. I can't wait for these white people to go picking that fruit. I can't wait till they burning their skin in the sun, because the ones who are on the welfare and getting their food stamps cut, the majority.
That's not how they're
white people, and I can't wait.
Our treasurer said that all the people that lost their federal jobs can go work in the factory.
Absolutely. And that was white people.
That's not how they're going to get. That's not what they plan. So again, I tell people to go. I know it's 900 pages, but go waste your time. Project 2025 believes in what do you call it? The type. What's the word that I'm looking for? Carl might know. Martial law, right? They believe in martial law. So that's how they're going to get all nationalities of people to the fields to take care of them. They believe in martial law.
And in Ohio, they got a black
militia. It's not going to work.
In Ohio,
they will tear this nation up to make it work. That's what the paper. I'm not saying this. I'm telling you what the document says because I read it.
I understand what you're
saying. Ready for us to get enraged. That's why we stayed home on Saturday.
That's not going to work because you know how fast the military will switch up on the government.
Yes,
they're a part of it. What are you talking about?
I know for a fact.
You know how fast you forget a majority of the military is black and Hispanic.
Mm-hmm. And you know, they might be a part of the military, but there's still people that live here and their families are citizens.
Yeah, exactly.
The military right now is made up of people who are from other countries, and they're deporting the ones that would possibly fight back.
Guys, I don't know what it is, but I'm looking at a observation. There's too many niggas out here that think they're bosses and entrepreneurs. They're not going to no goddamn farm to raise no goddamn cows and pick anything. Okay.
Okay, so then how will we eat? Community doesn't want to even try to farm?
Listen.
No. Are you going to go to the fields?
I'm going to the fields, hell yeah.
I'm going to tell you again.
Yes, hell yeah.
Listen, we are hustling. Listen, black people are hustling. We will hustle before we bow down.
But what if taking care of the land? And I just think of, again, I tell you guys all the time about the Netherlands and how they had to do this to get food again. What if taking care of the land and working together on? I watch Queen Sugar. I'm all for working with Ralph Angel. I'm gonna work under Ralph Angel. I'm doing it.
Shields,
I'm going to the land to take care of the farms.
It's not. I don't know what y'all dreaming about. It's every man for himself. Nobody gives a damn.
This is what every black.
If you've never toiled in the dirt, we're talking about hypothetical farming.
Does every black family have like my family has land that has? We have land that has, where we have a farmland. Does every black family have farmland? Because if not, it's time to get it ASAP.
What are they growing on your farmland?
How do you get farmland?
Well, they've had it in East Texas. My family grew up in dad's family grew up in Palestine. They don't do anything on it now, but we own the land.
That
but back
if
in
you've
the
never
day,
toiled in the dirt.
Back in the day, they had corn. Back in the day, they had all
That's
kinds
not,
of things.
and
But
that's
that
But if
why
you're
means
not taking
nothing
care
because
of,
we
if you're
can't
not
eat
taking
what
care
they
of it
grow.
currently,
Yeah, it means
it's
nothing.
just dirt.
it's
No,
abandoned
it
right
can
now.
be. No,
Is the
I
soil
wouldn't say.
condition?
I wouldn't say that the black farmers in my family do what they do. It's just not a
But
priority
is the
right now.
soil conditioned for planting? What's
Yeah,
the pH
the
balance of
soil,
the
the
soil?
soil in
What can it
Palestine,
grow?
Texas. The soil, and go look up
Where
Palestine, Texas. It is very ready. Yeah,
No. I'm talking
where are
about
we
what
going?
can your specific
Palestine,
ground
Texas.
grow. If you don't know that, you're talking about hypothetical farming. I
No,
have
Yeah.
an
what I'm
apple farm
talking
in
about is
Panama.
the men in my family are cowboys. They are farmers, so they would
But
be
they're not
able
growing
to do
shit
it.
right now, so
But
they're
they're
not.
not doing nothing with it.
But we're
Yeah,
not to
if
that
you
point
don't,
right now, you guys. We still have grocery
We
stores.
are to
But
that
if we
point.
get to that
We were
okay,
to
point,
that
we are
point
to
at
that
COVID.
point. It's the point.
what?
At
If
during COVID,
Okay,
the
so
shit was
listen.
getting
So
real.
look it up
you have not
before you
toiled that
judge
land
it.
in
Before
over
you judge it, look
10
up.
years, it's
Like,
not
Hold
worth
on.
nothing.
things like bippity boppity boop, okay? You know, like some bippity boppity boop, da. No, these. Have you been on social media? Have you been around people? Humans are horrible, and I'm agreeing with Carl. It's been to be every man for himself. It's gonna get real ugly and real bloody.
I'm going to the movie The Purge. Y'all think I'm playing? Let shit get out of hand worse than what it is
So
right
people aren't
now.
going to work together.
No, hell
Of course not.
no.
But why
It's a
not though?
purge. It's a
Why?
purge because of the selfish mentality that we conditioned over the last 30, 40 years.
That they did on purpose. See,
We
they
don't
did it on
have
purpose. They
that.
programmed us like this on purpose.
Listen to this.
If something
If
happens
we
in
had,
New York, if
listen,
something happens in New York, and I know Evo because I've been on her show, if something happens in New York and she has to evacuate to Texas, girl, I hope you know you can call me.
let me tell
Yes,
you,
and I am.
but let me
Yes.
tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Thank
I
you
hope
for
you know.
Chill.
I'll get out there in the dirt.
But chill. Let me show you.
But there's nothing growing in the dirt, so both of y'all in
No,
Texas
but I'm
hungry.
just saying, like we would have to
Look,
start over. We would have to
look,
do
D,
no.
you even
But at
will
least
come
we
to
got
Texas
dirt to
and
do
y'all
it
go
with.
to
Listen.
At
Or
least we have the
at least we
land.
got
Listen.
dirt.
We will figure it out.
No,
We have
it's
the
Chill.
see
land.
You
I
have
ain't
no
got no
land.
dirt in New
thing.
York.
Hey, chills.
I
Here's
just
what you don't
asked you
understand.
farming questions and
Hold
you
hold
had
hold
no
on,
idea. You depended
hold
on
on
these black men
for a
that
sec.
you
Hold
ain't seen
on.
in 20 years who is
For
over
a
here
sec.
smoking
Hold on.
weed.
That I
There's
haven't seen
Oh,
in
weed in
20
the
years.
seafood.
What are you
And
talking
you
about?
can't
My
eat weed.
family is not like that,
But
Corset.
listen what I'm saying though. If you
And
haven't toiled,
they're
if
not
that land has
farmers
not been
either, is what I'm
toiled
saying.
or saturated in over 10 years, and it's just land, it's just there, nothing's growing from it, you're not
Okay,
going to
so
get anything from
here's
it
what I want you to
until
look
you
up.
toil
Y'all
it.
telling me she can't get the
And they
land
Here's
gave
what I want
straight
y'all
to
to look up.
Texas.
Here's what I want you
No,
to look up real
and
We
quick.
that
ain't
Hold on.
got
and
no
Let me
even
say
land
this.
up north. You know, we ain't
Let
got
me
no land up
let me
here.
say this.
I
When
don't.
this
I don't
happened
know.
in the Netherlands,
Hold on.
Evo,
let
you
me
gotta
say.
go
Hold
upstate.
on. Let
Get
me
your
say
boat
it.
man.
I want to
Hold
answer
on.
Evo question real quick. They will commandeer your land for whatever emergency state our
Not
government
this
goes under.
land. Not this
Well, that's
land.
what I'm
They
saying.
not.
New York, we
not
don't
in
have
not
no
hold
land.
on.
We don't have no
Unfortunately, not in
land
the
to do
north.
nothing
Well, they
with.
have it upstate. There's plenty of land
New
upstate.
York
They're
about to
growing
get
food.
ugly.
There's
But I
apples.
don't live
There's
upstate.
But then you
You
just
know
go
what
up.
I'm saying? So it's
Evo,
like
you're beautiful. You go upstate, you find you a little white farmer, and you live off the land when the
Or
apocalypse
come get
comes.
a
You know
black
what
farmer
I'm
in Texas because we got plenty.
Y'all gonna get robbed. Y'all gonna get
Yeah,
robbed. Y'all just don't
wow.
realize it.
It's
Y'all
already an
gonna get
apocalypse.
robbed.
What they gonna steal?
Like this some nice corn.
But let me say this. Let me say this. In the when this happened in the Netherlands, you guys, it wasn't overnight. They had to live real bad before it got real good. But what they did do was they created a system that if this happens to them again, they are ready. Go look it up.
You know
Yes,
the
but
So
last.
we're
yes,
not
we
ready.
may have to. It may
Let
take
me
us a
put this
long
out there.
time.
Let me
It
put
may
this out
take us
there,
a long
Shields.
time, but you need to own the land. That's the main thing. You need to get some land.
I'm about to
The
buy a
last
house.
time,
Y'all playing.
let's look at history for a second. Recent history, right?
Trying to buy some houses,
The
y'all.
last
Another
time,
country.
Out of New York.
racism was suspended. The last time you lived to see racism suspended for almost a week, maybe 2 weeks, and that was 9/11. Do you understand it? That was the only time people came together.
Not for the Arabs.
Yeah, I
Listen
wouldn't say
carefully.
racism was suspended. There was just
Listen carefully. Listen
just a
carefully.
new target.
Kids was getting beat up everywhere. What in elementary school?
I need you to hear this part real carefully.
Beating up on Indians on accident because you don't know how to do it.
Because check this out.
What are you talking about?
When you look at 9/11,
Pakistanis was catching it, bro.
When you look at 9/11 and the unity that was displayed then, and then you look at George Floyd and saw the unity there, and then you look at now, after the pandemic. You see what I'm saying? The pandemic, you would have thought we was giving each other food. Niggas like, don't knock on my door. What we got is for us.
Pandemic, some people were sharing.
That was only because everybody was getting paid in the pandemic. You remember the pandemic was a come
people
up
was
for a
getting
lot
paid
of us.
during George Floyd.
There was no
People
need to knock on your neighbor's door for what?
Listen, all the things I just mentioned, people exploited and made money off of the same way.
I don't think this is going to be the same thing, though, Carl. I'm just going to be honest with you. The government was giving that money. They're not going to be giving that money no more.
And
yo, black women quit 2025. You know who's marching for George Floyd? White people and black women. Hispanic people were marching. Black men weren't at the protests. And black women in 2025 quit.
Corsette, you need to go to a Million Man March and stay
so
there.
who going to be marching? Who gonna be fighting? No,
I love the Million Man March. That was powerful.
Black women gonna take care of each other.
The Million Man March was the most powerful moment. One of the most powerful moments we had in American history was the Million Man March. Yeah, that was powerful.
And they never marched again after that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Everything the revolution is not always televised.
Y'all was not outside. Ohio.
No, they did.
Recently,
in
after
case you didn't know
KKK members went to Ohio. And after the fool, I know there's secretly some real men who've been inside and been real quiet, standing up for their community.
During the summer, I know you saw the video where all these guys was dressed up all nice and clean, even the older guy with the gray beard and all of that. What do you think that was for?
For what? I don't know.
A fashion show?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was another version of the Million Man March.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Where were they marching?
Yeah, there was a video that went out very viral about these men. These are men that dress well, took care of themselves. These were men that were single, owned businesses. They all collaborated in one spot. And they ran that shit. And they said, okay, lady, if y'all looking for a single black man from 30 to fucking 55, here they are. And they was present.
So they were just trying to get coochie.
No, they wasn't trying to get coochie. They
Sir,
was
you
making
said, ladies,
they
if you
was
single.
making a statement that all black men are not the same.
What's that got to do with protesting and standing up for black people?
Oh my
this is out of your mouth, Carl. They said, ladies, if you single, that's what you said. The viral video
It was a statement without words that if you was looking for a distinguished man, a man that got his shit together, a man that wasn't the typical of what you experienced, you need to shop over here.
What's that got to do with protecting us and building us? Because they went and paid for some expensive white man suit. This makes no sense.
Lord,
to
this
what
white man
about.
suit, the white man this. I swear, you big up white people way bigger.
Do we have a plan in place, or black people going to get a plan in place so that if this stuff does happen, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
what we gonna do?
Been ready.
No, because we don't have in our upbringing anybody that's under the age of 45 do not have the teaching or upbringing about the word contingency. That's why we don't have.
Let me ask you something. So can't we change that now? If we start changing that now?
No, you can't change it.
Yes, you can.
Yes,
because
we
90
can
days,
change it. Anything can change.
My neighbor is in
90 days,
and you as an older man, you should be able to talk to the youth, brothers like yourself. This is what the modern masculinity thing is about. Like, y'all should be able to talk to the youth under y'all and school them on this stuff. If you can school women that don't, you know what I'm saying, like about interdependency and all this stuff, you should be able to take your brothers up under you and teach them they're going to need to step up and be warriors in this war we're about to have.
Listen, in the mentorship program, we teaching them that. But when you say change, it's very hard to change something that's already been colluded with. Listen.
But if you don't start, you won't get a change.
There's always excuses.
Kashil,
Yeah, it seems like a lot of
listen,
excuses.
it's not even excuses. It's very hard to change. You could teach
Why?
it, but it's hard to change it when people have a problem taking constructive criticism.
Okay,
You
take
have
this to
more
them, Carl.
you
Take
have
this to
more
them,
people
Carl. 90
today.
days creates new habits. Take it to this is what I tell the young people all the time. I have seen behaviors change under me. This is what I do, right? Families will put a hard-headed teenager, and then I will help them with their teenager, and their teenager becomes some successful adult. I have 10 to 20 teenagers that can tell you the story of being under me, right?
Yes.
90 days creates new habits. So you didn't know how to do it before. In the next 90 days, we are going to go over a different way of doing it. I don't
Yes.
care. And when they're stubborn, it doesn't matter. If you learn how to talk to children with love, you get past stubborn. They're going to try to frustrate you. They're going to try to talk and do all that. It doesn't matter.
I've dealt
90
with
days
it.
creates new habits. Start telling them that.
We listen, the Explore program, that's exactly what we do. We have got through a lot of them, but some of them we couldn't get because, like I said, when I stand there and teach a young man how to tie a tie, he is going back to the elements where they don't even wear ties unless it's a funeral or court date. So, in order for me to change it, I have to change the environment.
I understand.
You understand what I'm saying?
So
And to
what we
change the
doing to change?
environment,
Like we doing that, or what we
This is
doing?
what
but
I'm
you can't,
saying.
you
I
can't.
sit here and I watch this woman for the past 3 years. No bull. She's in her 60s. She goes around every day when we see her. She tells us what the plan is, and I'm not going to say what the plan is because I'm on here, but she tells us what the plan is. She talks to people. You should see the younger people just walk away, dismiss her, think she's crazy, whatever. And this woman is not crazy. Everything she's saying is coming to pass. She's been buying seeds since 2017.
I want you to understand.
See, I got
You to
more.
understand something. Can you picture walking up to the average 16 to 25-year-old and tell them you're not going to smoke no more weed starting now?
I see that you can't tell them nothing. I look here in Texas at Frisco, Texas, and I see two boys, two teenagers trying to tell each other what to do. And I see one teenager that doesn't want to be told what to do, and he makes a horrible decision. And I see two lives come to an end. One's getting life and one's dead. Or unalived. That's what I see. That just happened in Frisco, Texas. But you still got to say it. I see the community saying we tried to talk to them. We tried to say that. You still have to say it. They're not going to hear it in your time, Carl. They're going to hear it in God's time.
Okay.
I think kind of like Carl was saying about selfishness being everywhere in people. When I picture people going off and like changing their ways in order to support themselves and their family, most of the young people I know would probably just rather roll over and die. Honestly, like they wouldn't want to do that work.
When you're desperate, you're unpredictable.
No, I totally agree. I'm just saying, like, before you're desperate, there's no way they're going to want to listen and learn, right? To be prepared. That's the point.
When you're
they don't have that foresight even.
When you're in a position where it feels like the end is near, okay? We're now at some sort of DEFCON 10, bombs are going off, get the bunkers ready. You don't know what the hell is going to happen.
Personally, I worry about my kids more than me, though, right?
Because you have to stop telling them that the end is near. Here's what I've been talking to the young people about in my family. It is not the end of the world that's coming to us. It is the end of the world as you knew it.
I understand that. So this is the thing. There's a couple of things that you've said that have perked my ears up. One is that you've talked about people in your family. Two, you've talked about people who brought your children to you, right? I feel like that creates a different sort of environment for receiving. I'm going into the high schools in the Bronx.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. Excuse me. They don't care about what I am saying. They could care less. I might get through the 1 and I feel good.
That's it. That's what we can do.
2, I feel great.
Yep.
I got 50 kids in front of me, and I'm happy with 2.
It's hard to change.
Their attention span is as long as a TikTok video. And I mean that from the bottom of my soul. And I've been working with kids since 1999.
So what are the adults? What are they watching the adults entertain themselves with these days? Are they watching the adults plan like Evo, putting their cabinets together, putting their dry foods together, deciding what their plan is? Are they watching that, or are they watching people talk about who got bad ass and whose ass is like a mint cookie or whatever?
Who they're listening to or who they're talking about. I sat there and I told them, listen, one of my classes is podcasting. You can do social media. You can be on your TikTok. We can grow your TikTok channel. You all will come to my studio and film a TV show. I'm respectfully, I'm on television.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even care to come then.
Meet them where they're at. You just said you know where they're at.
Where they are.
No. You just said that they're. No. Lounge. Hold on. Let me finish.
Our time is going.
Let me finish the statement before you disagree.
Okay.
You said you know where they're at. They're on TikTok. What does your TikTok look like?
Right.
You know where they're at. They're on TikTok. Make the TikTok videos. Give them 15 seconds of increment, because yelling and lecturing and showing them isn't working. Show them on TikTok. Be funny, be charming, be whatever they need.
Be relatable.
And they'll love it. That's how I reach them. I will say something ridiculous and trigger, and then they want to hear what I say.
Grab them with the other instructor and tell them to come back from out of the sunshine when they want to leave after school.
Real easy. Okay, they don't want to make TV? Let's make TikTok videos.
Yes.
And then ask them a question about something you know they don't know of, and then they'll be educated.
They're not showing up. When I was volunteering across the street at the community center, the other instructors there was telling them, oh, no, y'all can leave. Y'all can go ahead. And I'm there to volunteer for them. Oh, no, y'all can leave.
Tell them you're making TikTok videos.
Huh?
Tell them we're going to go viral. We're going to start, because now you can create a whole network where these kids all work together to make money on TikTok.
Can I ask y'all something? If y'all not getting through to the kids, right? You ever thought about reaching out to the parents?
That's worse. Listen, I'd rather talk to the kids than the parents, because I'm gonna tell you something. The parents gonna give you way more excuses than the kids.
The parents,
not all parents.
That's not always.
All parents.
I have this one student. Her mother is on the phone calling her. Okay, over here, you need to be that because you got your little sister. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I gotta go, I gotta leave, and she leaves my class. That's the parents.
Brother,
now, let me ask y'all. So y'all giving up on the kids pretty much?
No.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like y'all gave up on the kids.
Listen.
Because if I was working with children, I would be. If I was
moment,
working with children, I would communicate with celebrities. You're talking about today's youth.
Listen,
I would be like here in Texas and in Virginia. You know what they use all the time? NFL players and the NBA players to come to the schools. Mm-hmm. They use the superstars, the celebrities. Mm-hmm. So if you can't get to them because of you, because they don't, most of these young people only respect those with notoriety.
That's true.
So let me reach out to
I gotta say this. The moment
that's a failure in the home.
The moment you mention to black people, I need a few bucks for the uniform, or I need a few bucks for this or that, we're doing a trip, or you have to contribute to something, that's when you lose them.
So let me ask y'all something, because that's who y'all need to communicate with. Because think about it. When it comes up to what we're talking about, it's the parents that you need to educate so they can continue to lives of everyone in the house, plus the kids. So y'all gave up on the parents and the kids? Y'all ain't helping nobody. Y'all ain't trying. Y'all ain't trying hard enough.
Listen, I said earlier, I said this earlier about selfishness.
I know he really does work with youth, because what he's saying, I can tell that he actually works with youth, and he's actually, because when you get with the bureaucracy trying to first off get a t-shirt, let alone a celebrity to come in, get clearance for that.
I think that's just where y'all are.
We're talking about the same thing. We're not talking about the same thing.
Okay.
We're not talking about the same thing.
I'm talking about.
It's not hard to get a celebrity to come in. Half the time they have an album coming out. Half the time they have
a new movie coming out, you got to talk to their managers and make it work for what they have going on. You got to look and see who's going to be in the area. And when you see that they're going to be in the area, you got to talk that talk, George, and then get with them and make sure that they're willing to do a stop for a minute. You would believe how many children will show up for 30 minutes of time with somebody famous.
Right, for that day.
Oh, Lord. Ladies,
you don't know what that one person can say to that child, though.
I'll give y'all one. Does anybody go to church? Anybody go to church? Anybody go to church? Because I'm be honest, I just been talking to somebody close to the pastor to tell him, hey, it's some stuff our Black people need to hear about and see about, because I don't think everybody knows. I want people to understand about half the stuff I understand when it comes to getting the food prepared and getting yourself prepared. If you got to go out and get a gun license, now's the time. Stuff that needs to happen. You know what I'm saying? And the pastor's like, sure, you can talk to the whole congregation. Yeah, I'm saying, and that's what I plan on doing with a game plan. But again, this is the parents and the kids. You know what I'm saying? Right. So y'all are telling me, like, and just what I don't think we talking about the same thing, because I know that's a good way. You got what I'm saying? And most time, if you stop a parent to talk about their child and something to benefit their child, they will go along with it. If you present
y'all talking
in
about
a way that
getting
will
them
help
there. Let me make sure.
But look at the pastor. Look at Pastor Keon. Pastor Keon has all those young people coming to his church in Houston, Texas, right? We have had more people step up and come to the altar over the last 2 weeks. And guess who he's reaching out to? And he already told us in 2 more weeks, Fantasia's coming. That's a big deal. He's got DC Young Fly coming. Like we have, like he's getting the young people. People are relocating to Houston to go to this man's church. Because he's speaking their language.
Okay, but also Pastor Keon speaks to everybody.
Moment in time. We have a moment in time with somebody like DC Young Fly. Okay, so DC Young Fly, he comes and he talks. He says whatever he says, and then everything gets counteracted when they watch his TikTok later on. You know.
No, the pastor. No, that's not it. You guys, if you enter into this, like people are saying, I'm like Evo. Y'all just done gave up on the kids.
It seems like y'all gave up. I'm just like, it's so negative. It's so negative.
Ladies, I gotta say this. Y'all making some good points, good contributions. I'm not taking away from that. You can bring DC Young Fly. He has to be there 5 days a week to keep that attention going, because what's behind the scenes.
He's not there right now.
Listen,
the children
ladies,
are showing up.
Let me finish.
So he got to do your job, is what you're saying?
It's not about. It's not. Listen, ladies.
Like, what are we talking about?
I don't know what are y'all thinking, but it costs money to keep things going. It does.
Wait, call.
Whoa.
I'm about to talk to a whole congregation. Little Evo is about to go up there and say a whole bunch of stuff to help my community. It don't cost me nothing. I'm not paying no tithes. I said, hey, pastor, this is something that they need to know.
This is something that
you want to about it. He said, you go up there and you let the people know, because
it don't cost you not a daggone thing.
You're a church member. What are we talking about? It ain't that hard. Like,
I'm gonna come off hypersensitive white guy here, but
just say you don't want to do it.
I'll say you're burnt out. Do you feel that you're burnt out?
It's being missed. What we're saying is being missed. Number one, I never said I gave up on anyone. You all said it.
Y'all are talking about teaching kids that they need to be prepared for when the entire world falls out from under them, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, and we have been having.
There's a massive problem with kids just feeling secure, like they have a home. Period. Right now,
it's not being received. It's not.
When you guys are talking about like single mom households and stuff like that, and like guys not getting good. Just general upraising, right? A lot of the problem, like kids don't feel safe in a home. Like they don't have security. There's food insecurity, there's monetary insecurity, there's just parents being selfish and not paying attention to kids and stuff. And now you're telling them there's going to be an apocalypse and the whole world's going to fall out from under them.
You have to tell them.
I'm not saying that you should just keep a straight up secret from a kid, right? Hey, I'm not saying you have to keep a secret from a kid, but
a group of kids.
Good Lord, be be sensitive about the fact that
I think
these
it's the
kids
way
are
they
not.
say it, and that is the reason.
Anymore. They got to recognize that they life about to change.
1 second. I teach podcasting.
It's how you market it.
Afternoon. I teach college readiness and career readiness in the daytime. I have those kids. They are sitting in their seats, not receiving anything that is being said to them by anybody. I watch how they walk past their teachers in the hallways. I've sat there and I broke down what the cost of living is. These kids are getting ready to graduate in May.
And they have no idea.
They don't know what, and they don't
when
know.
you talk at people, they don't receive it. If you make it entertaining, and if you're likable and funny and charming, people receive things better.
What are you telling me? I got to bring in Cardi B so these kids can learn
Just be more
budget money?
Thank you, Carl.
Listen to what y'all saying.
Just be
bring
more
in a celebrity to teach a kid. Hold on.
They're just saying be creative. That's all. They're just saying be more creative. That's it.
But see, this
if
is
the
what I'm
kids
saying.
are not listening to you, either it may not be your gift.
With kids since
You know what I'm saying? It may not be your gift. So now you got to improvise and be more creative. It may
I
not
don't
be
think you understand. Reality do not give a damn about y'all cuddling.
We are in a state of emergency when it comes to our youth. I've worked with youth since 1999. They used to listen. They used to receive. I can sit there and see some of my students at CNN.
So forget the kids. What about the parents? Because the parents are the ones that's going to need to figure this out for the kids. Are we trying to talk to the parents to get the kids in check, or to say, look, this is what such is happening? You know what I'm saying? Y'all might want to get y'all kids in check because y'all going to have to keep them alive. That'll make a person sit up and say, hey, you know something I don't know? You know what I'm saying? And then the conversation can continue. If y'all see y'all not getting to the kids, that's why I asked y'all, did y'all ever think about talking to the parents, getting the parents together?
Do you honestly think we have not spoken to these parents?
You know what?
When I was volunteering at the
I don't know, because everything
I'm
y'all
telling
say
you
is
now,
I
that's crazy.
can't, they won't.
Nobody said I can't. I never got a word out.
We giving y'all suggestions.
We're not being able
but
to
y'all
finish.
like, no, it ain't
I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain to y'all.
Carl, y'all been the ones
talking
been
about
talking the most. So if you're not getting it across to us, when you both have been the only ones talking the most, maybe listen to the non-kids who are saying it's not coming across because you're just talking at us. How do you make it better? How do you make it more fun? Put on a zombie apocalypse episode and ask the kids, how are you ready for this?
That's exactly
it doesn't look real, and you open the dialogue to where what would you do if the end of the world?
I need to pull up my lesson plan.
I think it's the parents y'all need to talk to, not the kids. I think it's the parents, the ones that make the money. That can feel that household.
It didn't
I
happen.
think it's the parents y'all need to talk to.
I've been doing the most talking, but I can't finish the sentence. Did you miss the part when I said that I've spoken to the parents and they could care less? Did you miss the part when I said
what did you talk to the parents about? Did you talk about like your podcasting and your TV shows?
Yes,
isn't that their decision to care less?
Or did you sit down and say, hey, look, some of us gonna die. Y'all might want to catch this
the
work.
Parents don't care.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm like, some of us ain't gonna make it.
If they don't care, then isn't that their choice?
You know what I'm saying? Are y'all gonna make it?
I told you, when you tell these
can I go
parents,
to your house and get some sugar? Like, what we talking about? Because I think
when
we
you
talking about
tell
two
these
different things. That's
parents,
why I tell you, I don't think we talk about the same thing.
let me break down real quick.
Technically, y'all supposed to be talking to the parents. Technically,
the Explorers program,
because the kids ain't making no money.
But if you encourage them to be on TikTok to make money, they will show up. Here's a TV production class. Let's make TikTok reels. Let's figure out how we make money together on these TikTok reels.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they'll be there. They'll be there because there's money.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Explorers program in New York City is ran by NYPD. The purpose of it is to give these kids something to do and learn in case they want to get into law enforcement and to keep their minds active. Now, this is where we lose it.
They're not cool.
This is where we lose it. When we require money, just like Evo said about, we could debt the church. If the church don't pay their electric bill, you ain't having shit there. When it requires money,
Oh, you are
that's
so
when people shut
You're a
negative.
down.
billionaire,
I have
Carl. Why are you
never
always asking
saw
for money?
more
Oh
negativity
my God.
ever. Do you understand? I'm about to talk in one of the biggest congregations in Brooklyn, and I'm not giving up nothing. They didn't ask me for nothing. He said, "You know what? I could probably say the same thing you said, but it's something about you."
I challenge you not to just
Wait, can I finish? Because y'all, I know y'all ain't let me talk all damn show. I gotta get on the loudspeaker to say something. Can we talk about that? All I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, is, all right, the pastor said, since I can do it, but you're younger, so you can hit them in a way that will make them get up and move. I'm gonna let you do it. I didn't have to give a dime. I didn't have to do nothing but be evolution. You know what I'm saying? So what are we talking about? It sounds like a lot
We're
of
talking about a
negativity.
pastor. We're talking about, wait a minute.
They don't.
We're-
It sounds like excuses. That's what I'm saying.
You're talking about a pastor that already paid his electric bill and he's not in no
Hold up.
financial straight with his
Wait
church.
a
We
minute.
don't know that.
Wait
We know that they have
a
church
minute.
every
You
Sunday.
talking about the
Wait a
NYPD?
minute.
They don't lose money.
Wait
Every
a
year the
minute. Wait a
NYPD
minute.
gets more and more money. What are
We
you
don't
talking
know that.
about?
Wait a minute.
The police
That's
never
false.
gets their funding
Like,
cut.
what are you talking about? Why you in the pastor?
Paul,
The
that is
police
false,
don't
bro.
have money. They confiscated from us.
Like, this is
Hold
not
on.
personal, y'all. We just asking y'all.
Evo, can
Let's
I
think a
Evo,
different
can
way.
I ask a question? Would you be willing
Yeah.
to go beyond giving that speech and start a program with the youth there?
I would do that. If the pastor, I'm doing whatever the pastor say. If a pastor say, I need you there every Sunday, I'll be there every Sunday.
Start it with the youth and talk to me in 3 months.
So I gotta come and talk to your kids too?
Hold on. Wait. And then Carl, I'm gonna say right now.
I'm just saying, I might be able to get to them. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
You gotta bring your kids to the church. You in New York.
Hold on.
But I'm gonna need their parents
come
too.
talk
Damn,
to
these
them.
kids ain't making no money. I'm gonna need their parents in it.
Let's get these schedules together. Let's get these flights together. Let's talk. If you're not feeling like you're not getting to them, then I will come talk to them. That's on my dime. That's my money. That's
What
my
age
flight
group
money.
of youth
That's
are
my
you
hotel
talking
money.
about?
That's $0. That's just me lending my voice.
I'm with the high school students, and prior to that, in the community center, they ranged from about 12 to 17.
And these are grown. These are almost grown kids. Y'all talking about?
Yes.
Man, we're
12 to
dealing
17
from
is pretty young.
9 to 21. And every time we bring up the issue of money, we lose it.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody talking about money.
Well, because what are you teaching them to do, right? I mean, the preparation that requires resource to begin with, right?
What you say, it's how you say it.
I'll give you an example of one of the things. One of the things was
It's not what you is. Hold on 1 second. First of all, Carl, you wrong about churches, bro. Some of these churches out here get free electricity.
A lot of free stuff. Maybe not
a lot of stuff. I know. The biggest one in Brooklyn get free electricity.
Oh wow.
They get free electricity. My grandfather runs a church in Florida. They got free electricity.
Like this, like money don't make a difference. Money makes a difference. I'm teaching podcasts and don't have
Now
podcasts.
that's one. Two,
but
like I said, it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Community. Like that's what
Yes. What I'm saying is there's no getting around. We could tap dance around it. We could
don't care about podcasting.
We can have GC Young Fly. We can have President Obama for a day. What I'm saying is these kids' attention span is different. They're wired differently.
So this, T-Lounge, can I say this? That is the reason why this is the vision that God gave me. And that's why you've seen me do this. For the last 6 months, I've been doing a demeanor series. That's why I'm teaching the demeanor series. Because everybody wants to teach these kids, and I say that directly all the time on my show. Everybody wants to teach them about making money. You have to teach behavior. You have to teach mindset. You have to teach skills. And you have to teach a behavior that you have to have in order, a discipline that you have to have in order to get to those resources. And I just feel like not enough people spend time on that.
I get 1 hour. I get 1 hour to teach career and college readiness. I get 1 hour.
You get these little 17-year-olds out here who parents don't know jack about what's going on.
I would like for y'all to imagine for a minute what it would be like to get 23 guys between the ages of 9 and 21 to all get a suit and learn how to have etiquette at a formal dinner. Okay?
It's very easy. It's very
At a
easy.
real
Again,
restaurant. At a real
again,
restaurant.
Okay, we will do
if
it. We will bring our youth together. We will bring our youth together and we will film it. We'll do it in Texas to show you. We will film it and I will show you how they react and I will keep up with them and
it's
I will
very
even do
easy.
a
It's not
chart
what you say
and
to these
we'll
kids, it's how you
document
say
it.
it.
Yeah, that'll
It's not
work.
Okay.
That'll work.
it's not it's, it's
Respectfully,
not
one of the classes they were supposed to have a competition who could get the most followers certain amount of time, right? We watched the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl. I want you guys to tell me and do your little TikToks and all that other stuff. That's when they were there. The other week, I literally ran down the stairs with the other teacher to try to catch them before they left. Everybody's giving excuses. You call the parents to find out if these excuses are really excuses. And come find out they're really excuses because these kids are their younger kids, younger siblings, parents. They have responsibilities. These kids have jobs. They're not trying to hear nothing about career readiness. They're working 3 jobs already. And they have no idea what they're getting ready to do when they graduate. I'm not talking about teaching methods. I'm trying to tell you, and yes, I'm being exaggerating when I'm saying 1 or 2, you know, but when you're looking at a good majority of kids and you know that they're getting ready to graduate and they don't even know what college they're going to or if what they're going to do next.
I did the same thing. I didn't know where I was going either.
That's because of the
We all
parents.
were like that.
We all were like that, but either which way, like we did have somewhat of a role model in the family. Oh, my aunt went to college. She says it's good, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Without the trade war and a lot of things that we had when we was younger.
I think that you guys need to give them grace. And I think
out
that
of
you need
5
to
kids are 3 out of 5 kids are not ready for life, independence, or financial responsibility when they graduate high school. And that's because they
Whose
was
fault is
not
that? Whose
prepared.
fault is
That's
that?
on,
The
and
child is
again,
not
that's
ready.
on what they're being taught.
Whose fault
They're
is that?
not
That
being
your child
prepared.
is not ready. Whose fault is that?
And it's on who's teaching them.
And this is why I'm saying, if the parents are not teaching them, if they're not getting, you have outside resources like the sister here, myself, and other people that try to do something. It's hard, very hard. There's no excuses. It is just hard.
It's like a chef trying to explain to you what goes on in the kitchen. And
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you guys are saying, but I just want you to know that, you know, maybe if you get a chance to, in the programs that you have, if you would just come and visit outside of where you live, right? In the schools that my grandchildren go to, they have programs that they don't have to do this if they want to or not, but they can take certain classes, right? My granddaughter she wants to be a dermatologist, right? But she's going to be a certified CMA when she graduates senior year. Her certification happens this summer at the end of her junior year. There are schools that provide skills. So if the schools are not providing job-ready skills, most of the nation is already doing that. We're doing it in the South. We're doing it in the West.
What kind of schools are they going to?
Happening. It needs to happen, and you need to fight for that in your school environments. They are doing coding. They start coding at 6th grade. Coding at 6th grade.
I feel like since the early 90s, we've talked about.
They got a law school for high school students in New York. They do have that. They did take some measure.
It seems like since the early 90s, we've been talking about just school quality dropping for Black communities in inner city environments and whatnot. And not just for Black people, but just because there are a lot of Black people in inner city places, they don't get a lot of money. They don't get a lot of resources. There are too many children in one class. The teachers are overworked.
That's the first thing cut.
And I mean, we can we can obviously just say, yes, it's structural racism right off the bat, right? But where do we go from there, right? And that, I think that's kind of what Kurt's saying. When you don't have the resources, it's hard to come up from that, right? I don't think it's something you give up on by any means, but it's not
giving up.
The way that you change it is you go instead of taking them to TikTok. When you
I haven't even gone into the fact that it takes me 10 minutes to get into the building because I gotta go through the metal detector. We haven't even got
when you take them to TikTok, instead of taking them to TikTok, why don't you show them when they get on TikTok, instead of going to the For You page, go to the STEM page. Have you ever just clicked on STEM? And have you ever just clicked on STEM and just scrolled up and down? Because
I appreciate that, like meeting them where they are, but there's also the concern of whether or not TikTok is even healthy for them to begin with, right?
I literally
but the STEM timeline is very healthy. The math teachers are teaching
over the head.
Y'all make this shit sound so easy, and yet it's 80 degrees outside.
Let me see your phone.
And you got 300 teenagers running around a mall, and you're telling me that we have to do this and that, TikTok to get attention. Meanwhile, you got 300 teenagers, first day of 80-degree weather, running around the mall, causing all kinds of bullshit.
Carl, I think their point is that you're saying the problems, but what's your solution, then, right? You've got to have something.
Wait, can I say something? You know what the problem is that I'm seeing is the negative attitudes when it comes to kids. They don't get it. It's wait.
Exactly,
it's us giving y'all, hey, you might be able to do this, might be able to do that. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Our kids is doing this, and our kids is doing that. And I mean, no disrespect, but if I was as a parent and I'm watching the negativity that's coming off of people that's supposed to teach kids, I would feel a type of way. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, like your mindsets are not even open, and some of the stuff they were telling you were pretty good.
Okay,
so maybe to put some of that into my speech. But if you're so negative when the kids are supposed to teach, how far are they going to progress? How far are they going to go with the negative mindset to the people that's supposed to teach?
The thing about it is,
that's why I said y'all gave up already. Y'all gave up.
No, you all gave me.
Like real quick. The dire wolf is back from extinction after 13,000 years, and the dire wolf everybody got to know from the Game of Thrones. I just learned that from TikTok. Isn't that cool? You could be a scientist that brings back animals that were extinct. If I knew that in school, man, I probably would have applied myself in chemistry and biology.
The thing about it is, what was frustrating about this conversation? What was frustrating about this?
Look at that. Just take them to STEM. Just take them right to STEM. That's it. They don't need to do anything else on TikTok. They just need to click on STEM and just learn. There
was a lot of assumptions that this wasn't already done. That's the part that makes it extremely frustrating. That you all came up with suggestions that has already happened. Okay?
Like it's the equivalent. It's the equivalent. You're talking about. Listen.
We just now asked y'all. Have y'all? We just started talking about it.
With my lesson,
you said you couldn't compete with TikTok. You literally said you couldn't compete with TikTok.
Like y'all keep giving excuses.
That's not
what y'all saying. What y'all saying is the equivalent of.
And it's still not coming because I am fighting with outside, and outside is a myriad of things that is going on. When it comes to the college readiness class, I can reach a few because they are literally, I guess you could call it trapped or whatever, but they have to be in there for that period. After school, across the street community volunteer in the evenings, forget about it.
Can we at least all agree that really it would be best if the parents like enforced good behavior and made their kids not made their kids, but gave their kids dreams, right? Like gave them opportunities, very involved with their lives. Like you were saying, Carl, like it would be best. I think that the biggest problem is parenting. It is not entirely the teacher's job to make kids.
And they said no, the parents ain't gonna do nothing. We ain't gonna go to parents. Like we said why is it different when I said and
the question is not whether they will. The question is would that be the most powerful solution, right?
Hold on. But
It's
either
only
which way,
one
with
big
the
difference
When I
between
worked
me
with
and
kids
Dave.
in the past,
Hold
and
on.
the parents made sure that their kids attended the things that they dedicated themselves to. When the parents were ensuring, hey, you said you're going to be in dance class. Aren't you supposed to be in dance class? So on and so forth. You signed up for this, whatever. When the parents were there doing that, they came. I've been doing this for decades.
But
when parents are interested and involved in their kids' lives and whatnot. I mean, half of the reason why kids get out of hand is because they don't have the attention that they need. I mean, and I'm not saying like you got to spoil them. I mean, like they're not, they don't have like appreciation. They're looking for family and they're looking for somebody to care about them. If they don't get that at home, they get that from friends. Their friends don't care about school, so they just
hours a day to feed them. That's all
We're
good
talk-
in certain
you're
communities.
talking about-
When you have to work 15 hours a day,
But without-
to feed,
yeah.
clothes, house your kids, you ain't got time to play patty cake. You ain't got
without even asking what the parents got to do in order to make everything better. I think it's just important to recognize that the parents are.
eliminate all white people in
I
the
mean,
United States.
probably.
We used to have.
First of all,
sorry, go ahead,
hold on, bro. First of all, ain't no way in hell you can tell me you don't got no time. You always got time for your kids. That's number one.
Agreed. Yeah.
That's number
Always
one.
got
Number
time for your
two.
kids when they at their mama
Number
house.
two. I don't care.
These brothers
what?
always with this bullshit.
All right, here we
Y'all
go.
always got free
Now-
time when you parenting your children.
Finish
Hold on.
your
First
thought.
of all,
Finish your thought.
first of all, as a father, that my kids live with their mother, except for my youngest kid, my youngest son, he lives with me. You always make time for your kids, no matter where they are. If they're out of state, that's understandable. That's the only reason. But either which way, if they're in state and my daughter lives 5 minutes from me, so whatever she say, Dad, I need you here, I'm there. I call her every day. She calls me every day.
So, question:
So I don't care who they with.
How old is your daughter?
She's 15.
Perfect. So, is she involved in any extracurricular activities?
Track, dance, cheerleading.
And she's
and
going.
That's because me.
And y'all
And
make
that's
sure
only because. Yep, she goes to everything. She doesn't leave the school. Basically, she doesn't leave the school all year
And how
round.
do you spend time with her?
I got my weekends. I take it out when she comes out of the practice. We go to dinner. We have our time with just me and her. And we go out to eat or we go see a movie. I make sure I got my time.
Bedtime.
No, it's not. If she get out,
Well,
if she
she's
get out
doing
of practice,
cheerleading, track, and you name 4 different activities.
it's different
One
season.
child.
Different
No,
seasons.
those are seasonal.
Gotcha. I was like, damn, that baby doing too much.
Just because she
What
wants
does
to
she
go to
want to do
college.
for college? Does she know what
She
wants
wants
to
to
do
go to college. She already has her way
Well,
in
that's-
because
yeah.
all my family graduated from Hampton. She already
That's
has
it.
her way in.
Oh, good. So she's
You
already
provide the
not the
means to get to
majority.
these things. You help
These
pick the
project
school that your kids
don't
go
have a
to,
legacy
right?
at college.
Having an involvement in their lives makes a world of difference right off the bat, right?
And I got 4 of them. So if we all
But
can't get together,
all of us here are on different financial levels than the kids that Carl and T are talking to. Because we have time to sit here and play around and bullshit on here means we don't have to kill ourselves to pay bills. So everybody on here, I can assume, has money because they have free time to bullshit here with each other. These
Those
kids
parents are
they're talking
bullshitting up
to,
there.
their parents don't have free time to do this because they work.
Yes, they do. They're on
$10
TikTok talks all day.
Do y'all know how much TikTok is 30 seconds while you're at the job getting abused?
no.
They're longer
They're
than
doing
30
just like we doing right
You mean to
now.
tell me these
They're on
project people-
all day.
You can be online all day and still not have time for your kids in the evening when they get home while you're at the
Get
job.
off of the internet and make time for your children.
That's the thing that kills me about Black Americans. Y'all don't remember, or maybe y'all weren't impoverished, so you don't really remember being impoverished. So now that you're on this financial upswing, you're like, everyone should be able to do this, that, and the third. I remember
struggling. I remember struggle. I remember struggling with my mom and my dad.
I know everyone is not on the same financial level. I remember having to grow shit and pick fruit from the. I remember that. But everyone here is like, pick yourself up by the. That's not a thing in Black America for everybody. It's
Yes,
just
it is. You just got to choose to
as
do it or
amazing.
not.
I
A lot of
don't,
people
I don't,
don't
I
have
don't,
money
Nah.
to
I don't even
entry
see that
through
contradiction.
Walmart, bro.
Every time
Yeah.
someone is broke, they go out to make it happen. Even crackheads, for God's sake, make sure
Because
they
crackheads are
find a
living
way.
so well, Carl.
Listen to what I'm saying,
A lot of them
okay?
are. Shit.
And
You
their
see our
children are
president.
living even better.
You
Just
see
because
our
mama got
president.
money for crack don't mean she got money and time for Junior. They will make
Look,
I already
you see our
said
sacrifices
too many
president.
people,
for
like I
their
said, too
addiction.
many people are lazy and they're too busy worrying about themselves that they're not making time for nothing else. Not their
Yeah.
kids, their relationship. Some of them don't even make time for their job. That's why they get fired. That's why they want to
That's a
stay home and be this entrepreneur living a dream. What I'm
That
saying
was a great
again,
point that the audience that Grace just said. Did you see what Grace said?
oh, the
Oh my
kids
God.
raising
Shout out
kids.
to Grace, Black
Yeah,
Beauty,
it's
and
She's
Black
kids
been
raising
helping us
Beauty.
since
kids.
the
Kids
beginning of
raising
time.
kids
They got some good.
because the parents not around, the
Let me
parents
see,
is doing what
Grace.
they want to do.
Not
Not all of
Yeah,
it is 9 to 5, man.
exactly. It's not all 9 to 5, and this is what I was trying to get at. I'm not saying that none of
My
these kids
point.
are being reached. I'm not saying that people are not doing innovative things or whatever. First off, to get a celebrity, you got to pass checks. You got to get it approved.
Of course.
Reach out to them. It's going to take time for them to get there, and then we're talking about a one-day affair to where yes, maybe something might get through to them, but I need their attention every day. They're not showing up. They're not
Because they
showing.
want to be paid.
They're
They
not
don't give a
showing up.
damn.
They're not showing up to the cosmetology class. They're not showing up to the podcasting class. They're not showing up to the culinary class. They're not. There's so many courses going on after school. I'm not the only one to have an issue with attendance. The whole program is going to be done next year. They lost $100,000 because they could not get the kids to come. Because
so what are the parents saying? Because the kids won't come to the class.
Come pick up your kid. Come pick up your little sister, your little brother, whatever. Even though they signed the paper said that
they don't want them there.
I'm
They
telling
can't
you,
afford to have them there because someone got to
school.
watch the baby so they can go to work.
Listen, school is
It's
not for
always
education anymore. It's really a babysitting job.
Daycare. Yeah.
That's all it is.
And with this next administration, less finances, less money,
Yeah.
less education. Now they're just giving the money directly to the rich people, and that's what
Now
I'm
you're
saying.
going to have to get all your kids into private schools.
You're not going to be ready for the fact
yeah,
that they're going to be cutting
If you
school
can afford
down
a
to being
if you can afford a private school, you're good to go.
It's really sad. And I saw, and then the other thing is some of the kids. I work in a school where some of the kids. Should I be saying? Oh, okay. They haven't been in the country that long.
That's even worse.
Oh, well, that's going to end on April 24th, so you don't have to worry about that.
So I'm just like, so I was dealing also with a lot of emotional stuff that was going on. You know what I mean? It's
kids and hormones,
you know, huh? It's a lot. You know, it's a lot. Like getting that email on what to do if they show up. That blew my back blue.
We lost a lot of places lost what I call extended resources because, like I said, boys club, you know, all these little centers that you could go swimming after school, you could learn to play chess after school. We are abandoning all of that because that's the first place they cut. When they trying to make, they cut all of that shit.
That's the first thing.
Well, then this is more of a doomsday than we think. If the
This is
children
why I
have
said,
no future,
if you look around your city right now, not just New York, look how many libraries don't exist no more.
What's a
Well,
library?
ain't we talking about stuff that's not going to be there anyway? We're not going to have any use for that because, like, yeah, I'm saying we going kind of into doomsday. Like we talking about programs that ain't going to matter.
It's forcing. They're cutting for their pockets, but in retrospect, it forces the kids to be put on the parents' watch. And the parents are saying, how the fuck I'm supposed to make 50, 100K a year, and you want me to deal with these 3 or 4 kids? I mean, come on. Who's going to get rich? The babysitter?
I got 2 things and I got to run.
Yeah, we about to end. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know. Well, yeah, you got it because I'm thinking this is live, ladies.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that even if you are really busy and you don't have a lot of time for your kids, presenting, like actually caring about them is more important than the time that you have for them, right? If you are there all the time, but you don't care about your kids, that's way worse than being busy and working your butt off to give your kids a good life and not having much for them, but you care about them and they know it.
Yeah, okay. You care about them, but you can't do nothing for them. I got you.
Caring is doing something for them right off the bat, right? That's what I'm
It
trying to
does
say.
something for their mental, and I'm telling you, it goes a long way. Whoa.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And two, okay. I don't know what preparedness and everything that you're talking or what you're teaching kids and stuff. And I don't mean to make assumptions, but I hear a lot of people worried about race riots and stuff. And I understand that it's a legitimate concern. I'm not trying to like detract from that. I just, kids are very
fragile,
smart and dumb, right? They're smart and dumb. They like to make everything make sense. And so they draw pretty cohesive ideas, right? And they take things for granted. They don't question a lot of stuff in some ways. They're not well-rounded. And that's why a lot of kids in junior high and high school, when their parents are racist, they're racist automatically. They don't even question it until later. And I worry about the impact that, like, it's almost like you will meet your fate on the road you take to avoid it, right?
So are you saying there's so many
sorry to
ways
quote
right
Kung
there?
Fu Panda. No. I'm just saying be cautious in how you present the information, because I think presenting it as
it can't
everybody
be said
hates you
straight, no chaser to a child.
would be really detrimental. Yeah. It is a fact that there are people out there that are dangerous and stuff, and that I understand that that's something that is unfortunately needed to be taught to kids, right? Like a lot of my friends talk about how they were cautioned about talking to police officers and stuff, right? And I don't have an answer, no, but
And
I
in
also think
reality,
that if you just walk into a bunch of 12-year-olds classes and start talking about how half of the country, all these white people are going to hate them, they're going to hate white people, right? They're not going to walk out of that being like, well, I just need to be nicer, right? They're going to be, they're going to hate white people. And that's not going to
in other
be,
words, keep teaching them about the Easter Bunny and Christmas and all this other fairy tale shit than to give them the reality of life.
That's not what he's
is that the only alternative?
Give them reality, bro. I'm not insulting no kid's mind.
I think that it's a little bit it's in between. It's what Carl is saying. Some neighborhoods, they need to know a lot of things. Some neighborhoods, they need to really know, but then if you there is some information that you
It is a
can't
parent's job to keep their kids safe.
your delivery and how you're telling them, so that you don't teach hate, because hate begets. Y'all acting like the Bible didn't say it. So hate begets hate begets hate, right? So you can't teach it in a hateful tone, or they're gonna learn it in a hateful tone. And then
I'm saying I don't have an answer.
Like right now, you have so many family members. Like I'm a blue family, right? There's not enough of us in the uniform. There's not enough of us in the uniform. You get what I'm saying? Why? Because we've taught so much hate when representation matters, and it would be great to see more brown in uniform. It would be, and not just military. I'm talking the blue family.
Yeah.
It would be great to see officers that look like the person that's being pulled over, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But
got that in New York.
Hate, then they're not.
I was going to say New York is actually really proactive about it.
Enforcement. But I think that's going to keep that constant thing going on. So at what point is the hate going to stop and the lesson's going to begin?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I told my kids one thing: no white man is better than you or superior than you.
No.
I'm not even in that kind of conversation.
Anything on this planet, as long as you earn it, nobody can say nothing about it. You earn whatever you want. You want to be a shit shoveler? Be the best shit shoveler known to man.
I got a question for y'all, right? And it kind of ties back into the title of the show. We didn't get to modern femininity at all. That'll be, I guess, for the next show. This is what I want to ask, right? If we're saying that like the kids can be taught and I'll tie it into the topic, and the men are the leaders, the men are supposed to provide, secure, and I think educate too. You know what I'm saying? As in the women. Like, are we doomed as a society? Like, because the masculinity is not enough then.
Yep, we are.
It's not enough to lead.
We are. Because these dudes today, they have no contingency, no life insurance, no long-term thinking. Yeah, we're doomed.
We're not.
All we got,
So
all we got, all we
right?
got is a bunch of male impersonators.
Yeah, that's what I'm because I'm asking. You know why? Because if there are more single, and I'm just going to talk about us, single parent families. You heard what I'm saying? And the majority of single black, single black mother-led families. Do y'all think that's the problem?
No.
That's why maybe, and I'm just asking, maybe that's why, because the mother doesn't have enough time because she doesn't have any help. She has these kids and nobody's helping her, so she got to work, which means she doesn't have time to spend with her kids.
That's all her choices.
I think it's multifaceted, but I think
I don't think there's a problem. Sorry, go ahead.
What is this? I don't know what Gen is. This Gen Alpha, whatever
generation, right?
Literally was like this from 2 years old.
Yeah.
From 2 years old. This has their full attention. This.
Right.
So why are the parents taking that away and teaching their children? What's the problem?
Well, that's the first thing that parents are giving their kids. Remember, the average person right now, under 30 years old, do not know how to write script.
And they don't. They know icons. They don't know how to read. They know icons.
Yeah, so I hired an engineer who finger pecked on his keyboard because he only typed on his phone.
Yeah, so some of them have issues with reading. I'm not, saying
so they're not even teaching them how to. They're not doing the ASDF JKL semi.
No, they're not doing keyboarding anymore.
That's how you're gonna get your high school diploma in 10 years.
I couldn't learn that shit.
All you're gonna have is a bunch of people getting a high school diploma, but I'm gonna call it Google high school diploma. Because that's where they're getting their learning from, Google.
That's why
if that's what the system is providing, then the home needs to do better. Because my children didn't learn how to type. Not my children or my nephews or any other family members didn't learn how to type at school. I taught them because my grandmother taught me on one of those keyboards where we had to roll and do the whiteout. So I learned how to type at 8. The reason why I type 80 words per minute is because my parents and my grandmother taught me how to do this.
Right. And
so
did your parents?
So at this point, about outliers, your family members could be considered outliers when the majority of them have been doing this. And when I say their attention span is as long as a TikTok, I mean you have about that much time before your lesson plan has to change completely.
Lesson plan. Nigga, look how many books is in the average black family right now. How many books is in a black household right now?
Because the books are on the phone. I read on my phone.
But so if you were to record your lesson plan, and like you say, you record your lesson plan, and then you do little videos where you ask yourself questions and you answer questions, won't the kids pay attention?
Wait, so this is
you're on the screen now.
That would be
on the screen now. They'll be like, oh, she must know what she's talking about. She's on my TikTok.
You know what I might have.
Even my pastor, he does his sermon from an iPad.
Listen.
Everything is modernized now.
I'm gonna say this, y'all black people.
Back in the old days.
I'm gonna say this to all black people, please.
Even on the recording, yell at the kid you're always yelling at.
No, I might.
The same kid who's always getting in trouble yelling his ass in the recording.
I might record myself doing the lesson plan and send it to their phone. That might work.
I may be older now.
I'll tell you, meet them where they at. They on the phone.
I may be older now, but
you see me now?
Listen, I may be older now, but I still believe that black people need to sit down. I see what you're doing. I may be older now, but I still believe black people need to sit down with their kids and play Scrabble.
Not only.
Oh, hell yeah.
What is
ain't
the
no
requirement
men
for
at
your
home.
family?
How are they supposed to do
First of
that?
all,
Ain't
my
no men at
grandchildren
home.
my grandchildren go to the library and to Barnes and Noble.
They
In
got
my
time.
family, I am the grandmother that it is the requirement that they read a book and they write a paper about that every Friday. Why? Because my mother made me do it. My grandmother made me do it. So you don't get to be on an iPhone. They have phones, but your phone is going to get taken away for 6 months if I don't have my book report.
That's good parenting.
And that's what I mean. When I was working with that had that kind of ethic at one point, it was like,
Yo,
it was like,
I don't know if you realize
my son-in-laws buy the phones, and I snatch them from my grandchildren when they don't act right.
Shields.
I don't
Kids,
understand.
listen, Shields.
Kids with
Teachers
iPhones
are
and
getting beat up, assaulted, and stabbed for
Try to
taking
take
away cell phones and tablets from kids. Keep trying that shit here.
A parent can take a cell phone away. What we talking about?
Yo, parents try to take a cell phone from their child.
I know y'all
and
not
next thing
saying
you
a
know,
parent can't take a phone away.
there are parents that try to take PlayStation, cell phones, tablet, and now they're in the emergency room, bro.
Not black parents. Let's stop
all right.
that.
You
Let's
play
stop
if you
that.
want.
Because
Part of that.
a lot of us almost didn't make it to the next day. What we talking
All
about?
right.
We're not talking about
Y'all play with them if y'all want.
We're not talking about
I did
black
see
parents.
that.
The mother is still the most feared parent of all time over the father.
Them kids will stab you up while you awoke. Fuck when you sleep. Well, you
Not no
took my
black
phone?
parents. Stop that call. That's a ball.
All right.
Part of that is the inconsistency, though.
All right.
I mean, it's part of that is that you set an expectation and then you try to fix it later, and they're already off the deep end. We talk about like dopamine chasing and Instagram and stuff a lot, but a big problem is just changing your focus from one thing to another. When you talk about reading on your phone and then you get a text. And we think of that as innocuous if we're good at going back and forth, but to a kid that is trying to learn how to start a task, work on it, and finish it, start to finish, to be interrupted, to change focus, you get trained.
It's not as listen. Evo, how did I give an excuse when I said sit down with a Scrabble board?
Improvise.
But how?
Work
Listen,
with them. And the way they like to learn, you have to teach them.
Evo, how is it an excuse though? How is it an excuse when I said sit down with the children, with the child, and play Scrabble? Not only you got to read, but you got to learn how to spell. And you're spending quality time with the kids.
I don't want to play Scrabble, so I ain't mad.
Why?
He's talking about starting when you're 3. Well, I mean, you start with Candyland. I mean, he's talking about just an environment where you're not like doing these.
Parents don't have no time for them.
You're not doing just media stuff, right? You take time.
A matter of fact,
exactly.
Let me say this.
You got a kid, you better make time.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Forget about time. Let's start with the word tradition. Remember what I said earlier? Every Thanksgiving for the last 18 years on my dining room table, me and my godkids, we're playing Monopoly. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a tradition. It's not about making time now.
Y'all words where that the kids can learn. They don't want to sit. They don't want to listen to y'all. The parents don't have no time. So now y'all see how y'all words is biting y'all in the ass.
Listen, you're confusing. Listen, you're confusing. Listen, hold on. You're confusing. Evo, you're dead wrong. You're confusing. Listen, Evo. You confused. What me and her was talking about was external resources, and what I just discussed was in-house, in the household. Two different things.
I asked you because you talked to the parents. You said no. They don't have no time. They don't love their kids. They don't want to. So how are they in the house now all of a sudden being kid-friendly, loving their kids, and playing Scrabble?
And this is what
we say the root is that you gotta love your kids to start with. That's the problem.
But this
he said right off the get-go, the problem is selfishness.
You just answered your
That's the first problem Carl said.
If these parents aren't investing any time in their kids, if the kid, they will text each other in the house.
Yeah.
in the
So they
same
But
not
house.
all these problems start right
Wait a
away.
minute.
If you
You didn't hear what she said. Hold on. You didn't hear what she said. They're in a 2-bedroom apartment texting each other.
I get it. So they not playing Monopoly and Scrabble and all this stuff.
And
You
then,
saying
and
all
now
this
you're
stuff
wondering
now.
why,
They have
and now
time
you're
for
wondering
it.
why we're not
They're
able
not
to
doing
talk to people.
That's laziness.
They will throw away the Monopoly pieces so they never have to play again.
Yeah, like
y'all
That's
just act like y'all don't have kids.
Listen,
Buy
I
them
don't
the
know.
trampoline. They will break
All
the
I can
trampoline
say,
to avoid
all I
exercise.
can say is the ones that I raised. Everybody like to act like, oh, she's so white acting and this and that. But baby, the way I raise my children is blacker than anything I didn't heard on this panel tonight. I do not play. I let my children have phones when they were in high school.
No, Shield.
But you know what I did? I took their phones away.
Right.
I
So
took
what
their
about
phones
the kids
away
who
for
are
a
not
whole
doing that?
semester. I do not play
I'm
with
not just
children.
teaching your kids though. We got a couple of your kids in the class. I didn't say
Those are the ones that stay. We're talking about the ones that we can't get.
Some. And
See,
Wait.
Shield.
That's not what
you're
y'all
more-
said at first.
Listen,
At first,
Shield-
y'all said
Shield
y'all
is
can't
like-
teach the kids. The kids
That's
don't
not-
want to
nobody
learn
said we
nothing.
can't teach
The
the
kids
kids.
don't want to listen to
You
y'all.
said
And
that.
now all of a sudden, y'all changing y'all story.
No, there's two. They said there's 2 or 3 that be paying attention. They can reach 2 or 3, but it's
And
the rest
so
of
the
30
majority of the class
that is
won't
acting a
listen to
fool
you.
and getting pregnant.
You can't start raising a kid when they're 12 years old.
Is low.
At all.
Perfect.
That's what I keep saying.
Perfect.
Because grandma
After the age of 10 years old, their brain do not do input no more. It's only output.
Information.
I don't believe that. An old dog can learn new tricks.
All right,
You just have to
all
be
right.
the one that can teach them effectively.
But you need, but the things that you, this
If
is
you
what
hit 'em with
the
a
reason
stick
why
enough,
you
they
can't
learn.
get through. The reason
That's
why
how we
those you
work,
can't
right?
get through to those parents because the parents in my family, I demand sacrifice. That is a requirement raising the children in my family. That's why I am the leader of the women in my family because I require sacrifice. If you're on the way to the movies and a child starts acting out, when they call me D, they're acting out. You know what I tell the mom and dad? Turn around and go home. Everybody's not going to the damn movie now. Why do y'all not have that kind of control in your home?
If I had a classroom with my family members, I wouldn't be having an issue. My niece is at Columbia University right now in nursing.
Can I give a little bit of reality? Try to get $100 from every person that's DNA related to you right now.
It's not even about getting.
What is he talking about? Money? It's not about money.
I'm just saying.
How the billionaire on the panel always shouting they no money for nothing? This
ain't no damn billionaire on this panel. That's why we talking defeated. Like we talking. The mindset is poor. Everybody mindset is poor. It's in the poor mindset.
Poor mindset.
Damn.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't relate to that type of parenting where you said that. Where you're saying that they have to text. They instead of getting up and going. Somebody said in the comments of that's a lazy parent. So instead of going into the other room, you're gonna text the child.
That's happening. That's happening. That is happening in households across America.
There is so many, by high percentage, 70, 80. It's growing.
They were called intercoms.
I mean, my sister used to text each other with a paper airplane with notes in it across the room. Some stuff I feel like kids are just gonna do, right? Like,
might not have money like y'all thought you did.
So I'm gonna ask y'all again, right? I'm gonna ask y'all again.
Y'all making me laugh over here, and
Y'all
I can't
almost
do it.
making me happy that I don't have no kids. Because the kids the parents right now are punks. That's technically what y'all saying. Is the kids gonna beat the parents' ass? Technically what y'all saying is the kids are raising the parents. That is so discouraging.
No, it's every man
I'm
for
the
himself.
foot to belt to feet the ass type of parent. And I know this because I had a niece. You get what I'm saying? Like I was raised by moms and grandma. You know what I'm saying? Big mama. Like we wasn't having that. Now, when did the parents
You won't see that
punks?
today.
I don't know. But this is a problem. If the mamas can't do it, and then the daddies can't do it, everybody a punk. Everybody, the kids are running over everybody. I mean, that's the majority of us are doomed. We're not going to make it.
We just brought them here.
Grandma's out here twerking trying to get a man because granddad abandoned the family to start over and to raise other people bastards.
No, he just didn't want to put up with her bullshit. Don't say that. He just didn't want to put up with his bullshit.
This is facts.
That's why he left her
too
ass.
good. Grandpa couldn't handle it. He went somewhere else to get a regular.
Grandpa got tired of her bullshit.
It doesn't matter if it is I admire
Honestly, I
Damon
don't even
Wayne.
know.
He said that even though his wife made it hard, he still came home to his wife.
Oh,
so
that's
you
him.
have a choice. You have a
That's
choice to
him.
put your
You
family
can't
and
defend
your
every
relationship.
man that
You have a
says
choice.
he doesn't
Okay,
want to put up with the
hold on.
bullshit.
You have a choice to put your family above your feelings, and that's what you're just expressing to me right now.
Like I
So,
said,
and the fact that
I'm not going to attach myself to that.
These kids don't listen to you, Carl, because you don't listen to them. You don't let anybody finish.
Well, he probably talks to the kids a little different.
Well, unlike you,
on this panel.
unlike
you cut me off.
I got 27 people that listen to me. Anytime I open my mouth, and they still let me
that's
go.
your tribe. That's not.
You still cutting everybody. Who want to be that grumpy old man? When you go to talk at these children, they look at you and they're like, "That I don't want to be that," and that's why they not respecting you. I don't want to be some ornery old man yelling at random
Every
kids.
last one of them is doing way better than your ass.
Interdependency.
Every last one is doing better than you.
Especially
And it's a
if you don't look like
shame.
a success.
They're younger than you and they're doing better than you. So
If you
therefore,
don't look like a success,
I'm not worried about
definitely
your
not
shit.
trying to listen
Evo,
to
may I
you.
talk after the two people?
Yeah, guys, you go now.
Thank you. Thank you. We or society, I won't say we because all of us have different, activity levels. Society, they really haven't been reinforcing the family as much as they used to. And you as a parent had more say so in your child's life back in the day than people now. You were able to leave your kids at home and they were self-governed because they knew that mama didn't play that or daddy didn't play that. You know what I'm saying? So now kids, they don't even know how to get anywhere. They don't even know how to read a map or, basic things that you could, do if digital stuff wasn't around, and it's our job to give them the things we weren't taught, not necessarily the things we didn't have, but a lot of parents are giving them the things we didn't have, which is, technology, the clothes and all the superficial stuff. So therefore, those children aren't getting built up in integrity, character, or like you said, the sacrifice or working or the value of a dollar, the value of working hard and earning your way. We just want a finished product. We always want everything microwave. We want it fast. We want it now. And that's what society is. But we have to do our job as Black people to be counterculture, to get a book, sit down with the child, put the baby in your lap, put the boy in your lap, and read to them. Spend time with them. Grace in the chat, she said positive reinforcement. I can't, you already, we text now, we don't even get the tone in the text. We could be saying, oh, go wash the dishes, but we interpret somebody yelling, go wash the dishes. You know what I'm saying? You lose all that when you put everything to the digital world, and we lose that connection. And we already had the social distance, so the children are even more socially awkward because of that, and they're behind and they're not up to reading level. So even in that, like we talked about agendas and things, that is putting people behind more, and Black people are more often disadvantaged in their education because the moms are working hard, the dads are at the home. Like we're not spending that intimacy in those formative years that those children need. And then we wonder why we're sitting in therapy,
Well, that's choices
reflecting
and
on
options,
Right,
though.
but when you want
That's
the child
choices
to
and
learn, when you
options.
want children to read, they need to see you with all these devices and televisions off, and they need to see you reading. Because if you're not reading at least a chapter or two a day, and they don't see quiet time and reading time, why would they read? Why would they read?
And this is what I'm trying to get at. We're not talking about. They're not being raised. Like I said, it's not all of them, but it's a good majority. It used to be a time I watched it go from it being one class clown, then it was like some average kids, and it was a few superstars, at the front. Then it turned into 18 class clowns, one superstar sitting in the corner, and then there might be another superstar who just got an attitude problem. I watched and this is over decades. I can tell you how it was in the 90s. I can tell you how it was in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s, and I'm telling y'all how it is right now in 2025. It's different. These parents, I could tell you some of them are dropping the mother off. The mother's a covering addict. You understand what I'm saying? They're dropped off there because they're shaking their behind. And then when it comes home, they're not checking on homework and everything. And yes, the pandemic was a big issue. We lost valuable time during that pandemic. And now they're coming back into the classroom and they are not used to the classroom. They're just not.
Because it affected their memory. A lot of people after the pandemic could not remember shit that they had in their brain cells like clockwork back in 2019, because that time created a new thing that erased your memory.
It didn't erase your memory.
The pandemic ended in what, 21? So y'all tell me from 21 till now, the kids don't know nothing?
The memory was affected, even adults, not just kids, adults too.
They don't learn the way that we used to. I remember when I saw the shift, it was 2013. I was teaching dance classes. I used to be able to teach. I used to get 4 classes. Each class would learn a dance. Then it got to where I would have to teach a little portion to each of the classes so that they could just put one dance together. Then now, that's when I was teaching dance. I'm not teaching dance anymore, but I'm just saying I saw the shift, the retention. They don't retain anything. They don't have to. You know how you could rattle off your friends' telephone numbers from back in the day? We had to remember
not no more.
Sorts of things that they don't have to remember. I can't remember. What was that?
Yeah, your memory is shot after 2021.
In this movie, what was the name of that was in this? What was the name of that commercial? You'd be surprised how much that affects how they learn. On top of the fact, if their parents are not doing anything with them, I don't care.
And Evo, you said something profound, that you said the way we was talking makes you not want to have kids. Let me tell you something. You know how many women right now intentionally...
And I said, I'm glad I don't have kids because nobody cares for them outside of me. If I take them to school and y'all saying they can't learn, they ain't gonna be nothing. Then why would I leave? I mean, I'm not.
But I'm gonna go back.
I'm just saying, y'all not open to advice or nothing. Y'all just this is what.
But I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back.
It's
I'm gonna go back to what you said.
Happy that I don't have nothing because I would hate for somebody to do that to my child. You know
but I'm gonna go back to. I'm
what
gonna go
happened
back
to the times where the teachers were loving to your child? If they needed something, they would go the extra mile.
Liability.
That teacher
liability. Hold up.
And not just something for them to get a check.
No. Now it's liability. Listen, liability.
Ain't nobody got more compassion than y'all. And I'm going to a class that's not passionate about working with the youth. I'm not in there for no doggone paycheck at all.
Liability.
If y'all feel like the kids are dumb, they can't learn, they're not going to listen to you. Like y'all, I said earlier, it sounds like y'all gave up.
I never said anything.
And that's the only time I saw emotion come up out y'all.
I never said anything about kids being dumb. I said they're not retaining information. I said their attention span is no longer than a TikTok. That is what I said.
They couldn't learn. Y'all just said it again with the pandemic that they couldn't learn. Did y'all hear y'all?
No, they're behind.
I said the pandemic. I said the pandemic affected.
Double down and talk about their parents
I
too.
said the pandemic. The pandemic affected not just children but adults' memory.
Right, y'all don't have no confidence, no empathy, or nothing when it comes to the kids or the adults. And it's okay to say,
let me show you something. Let me show you something that goes to what. Let me say something that goes to what you said.
I just added maybe because
let me say something. Listen. Yes, Stephanie.
You keep yelling. God.
Yeah,
No,
every
because
time I talk, they talk over me. So I cannot hear anything I
you're
say.
misquoting.
This is why I got this, because I gotta yell into this for y'all to hear me.
You
know what I'm saying?
misquoted
I try not to,
something.
because I'm already mad loud. That's what I'm like. Y'all talking over me. Y'all, did y'all hear anything I said? Or y'all just?
I heard exactly what you said.
You were putting words in my mouth. I never said the kids couldn't learn. I never
That's
said
not what I said either.
I just sprouted back what y'all said to me.
That's not what I said.
Back.
Your interpretation is wrong.
Y'all narratives keep changing though.
Your interpretation is wrong.
The parents and stuff don't have no time for the kids, this and that. Then y'all say, oh yeah, well, you know, we have family dinners and they can play Monopoly and Scrabble. I'm just giving you back what you
needed. That's what's needed. What we're saying is that things need to go on in amongst us. So that means if you have nieces and nephews, you need to be asking them, hey, do you do anything after school? What, did you sign up for something for after school? Have you been attending? Are you taking time out to sit with the kids?
Exactly.
Family to make sure that you're making up ground, making ground? Or are you saying get a celebrity to come in for a day and then maybe they'll listen to you for a day? Because when I'm here, that's what
y'all took it. It wasn't literally about the celebrity. It was about being creative and teaching them other ways. The same thing for sex with the TikTok thing. Y'all shut that all the way down.
Because you're crossing.
I got a question.
Listen, you keep
Evo,
crossing.
I got a question for Evo.
On the negative.
I got a question for Evo.
Negative right now.
But you
I got a question for Evo.
Thinking that maybe that was a creative way of saying trying something else and them giving you some ideas.
But I have a question for Evo. I have a question for Evo. Evo,
you keep crossing the two, man. You're crossing the two.
Evo. Hold up, but Evo, when was the last time you went to your high school?
What am I going to my high school for?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's
exactly.
it. That's
exactly. I'm going to the church.
That's it.
I'm not going to the high school.
When was the last time you went? When was the last time you went to your high school?
I'm glad you said that.
I'm hitting the whole borough.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're missing the point. When was the last time? When was the last time you went to your high school?
I'm hitting the whole community.
No, you're not hitting the whole community because half the community's not at church.
I'm hitting the chancellors, all that. They go to my church.
How many times? Hold on.
Everybody when I'm in.
How many times have you?
But we can't talk to me.
Or got a check.
How many times have you gone? How many times have you gone back? How many times have you gone back? How many times have you gone back?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
That's the most effective way for me to get my point across.
No,
so
it's
why are
not.
we talking about high schools when I'm surpassing all of that? But guess what?
When was the last?
I'm being creative. I'm not saying that, if they don't know, they'll never know.
Now who's over talking who?
If they don't understand what I'm
That's
talking
the thing.
about,
That's why I shut up.
Straight to the church. And if I can't get through them, guess what? That
But
pastor
guess what?
in there is going to make
But guess
sure
what?
that he back up what I'm saying and they learn what I'm saying.
But you're not.
Y'all can't talk to me on that because I ain't never said the kids
answer my question.
And them kids will never learn.
Answer my question.
Ain't nobody taught me.
He answered your question, but you weren't listening.
No,
I was listening.
I was listening.
I'm doing it because I love my people.
But
and
listen,
I
what
feel
you're
like
saying.
people can learn if somebody
But here's the thing. You're not. But what you're saying the church is the whole community, right?
But you can't hear me.
The church is the same child that's at the high school. It's the same community.
Like, what are you
Thank you. It's the same people. I'm hitting them on Sunday.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Parents.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Learning about the Bible, they're gonna learn about what I'm talking about too.
Everybody,
I'm hitting them before they get to the high school.
Oh, there we go.
I'm hitting
Let me ask you something.
Let
me ask you something, Evo.
Okay,
do you know how many women?
We have been here a long time, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna edit this up to make it look good.
Pretty late.
I'm sure you.
Oh, you're East Coast.
Another super chat. Let me put this up. RBNs Through the Fire podcast. Thank you, King. We appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Let me give you some love. I was way back in the comments, y'all. We were just kind of talking. You know what I'm saying? But let's give some love to RBN. That's Through the Fire podcast. Here we go, y'all.
Ain't got enough to pay the rent, can we delay the bills? Another dollar getting spent, another day to chill. I can't afford to play it safe, I gotta make a deal. It's gotta be another way, a Cadillac DeVille.
All right. So I know we are way over time.
God damn, 7 hours.
What I want to do, I just chilling. I ain't got to go out till like the afternoon. So what I am going to do though after this, I'm definitely going to sleep. But this was good. I said I let us talk and crash out and have a little fun. You know what I'm saying? And just enjoy ourselves. We never really get to do that anymore, especially with the little 3-hour gap. StreamYard let us
Yeah, we
play.
miss it.
So it didn't bother us, so I didn't bother it. You know what I'm saying? Usually it'd have been cut us off. But you know, I think they starting to show me a little bit more love. You know what I'm saying? I've been making some complaints and telling them, you know what I'm saying, to hold me down because, you know, my money is always good and always on time. You know what I'm saying? And it's quite a lot. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate them for at least taking my concerns into consideration.
And they didn't fuck up the audio either.
Yeah, they left everything. Like, they like, because I wrote a couple of notes. Like, look.
I know you did.
You know me.
You
I was
did.
like, look, this is ridiculous. I'm going to need my money back. And then, you know,
Black,
things
you
change.
went Black Karen on their ass. I know you did.
Yes. Y'all know I don't play. Especially calling my money, I don't play, y'all. But what I want to say, if you have watched this show and you ain't subscribed yet, you know what I'm saying? I didn't play it earlier, but I need you guys to subscribe. Again, we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need everybody to help us out and support us. If you like some of the crash shots, some of the stuff we talked about earlier, you know what I'm saying? Please like the subscribe, hit the subscribe button, like the video. Please like the video. If you watch this tomorrow, it'll be much shorter. But please like the video. Also, hit that notification bell. Now, I don't tell y'all nothing and I don't actually show y'all. So here you go, y'all. All right, yes, as y'all know, we were having fun. You know, we like to play, you know what I'm saying, enjoy ourselves. None of this stuff is personal. So if you are leaving this program and your feelings is hurt, something is wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Because after I turn this off, it's like nothing happened. You
Back to reality.
Yes, that's what we do. We are a podcast. We are also content creators. You know what I'm saying? Now, we tell a lot of facts. We tell a lot of truths up here. And we also roast each other. That is what we do. You know what I'm saying? So don't take none of this stuff personal. It's not. You know what I'm saying? When we leave here tomorrow, it's what it is, all right? I love all my evolutionaries in the chat, and we appreciate y'all because it is quite a lot of y'all still in here. I'm going to be honest. I don't want to take advantage of you know, the streaming service because they did give us like 3 extra hours. Actually, 4 extra hours. I'm not going to play myself because then when I go to stream tomorrow, I'm going to have all the nonsense. You know what I'm saying? The glitching, and we ain't going to do that because we are streaming tomorrow. Evoisms Live is tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And y'all know that's more crash outs and us having fun, right? You know what I'm saying? But we're going to be talking about clips and stuff that's going on in the world.
Well, I'm glad they gave us the extra 3 hours because I'm happier now.
Yeah.
I gotta drive to Brooklyn. I gotta drive to Brooklyn to Clarendon Road for my Kahui bus.
Now,
so I can take you with me on the cruise. No, I'm gonna wait till sometime this week. But
well,
I'm gonna get my
man, you got
cigars.
some candles to buy. Take it on your trip.
Oh.
4. You got 4 candles to buy. Take them on your trip. Trust me, they're gonna burn right. Trust me, they're gonna burn right. Yes. Yep, you gonna be all right. Trust me. Yeah. Oh, and if y'all want some candles, y'all, I'm saying, let me tell you something. I've been doing my thing. I've been putting these scents together. They've been going out good. Go to UniqStarEnt.com. I'll roll it across the screen for you. UniqStarBrand. That's where you can get your luxury candles. You know what I'm saying? We having a good time with them. Everybody's starting to love them. We just enjoying ourselves, right? Now, we usually would do something called Get Your Last Word. But I'm going to be honest, we done had a lot of last words.
No, we don't need that shit.
None of that tonight.
We don't need that shit.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the people up here. Beauty, I'm so glad we got to see Beauty, Black Beauty. You know what I'm saying? She's gorgeous and just had some fun with her. She know nonsense too. She don't play. You know what I'm saying? We love to see that tonight. You know what I'm saying? She evolutionary. Everybody up here evolutionary. Yes, Queen. You know what I'm saying? You definitely fit in this family well. You know what I'm saying? Right? I love you guys. All the people in the chat. Thank you so much. It's 7 hours. And we appreciate y'all. That is love times 100. I also want to thank Darren Whitaker for the super chat, Black Beauty, our queen, for the super chat, and RBN's Through the Fire podcast for the super chat and the support. We love y'all. We appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And I love all y'all up here. Y'all my people. Y'all my family. Right? Mm-hmm. And me and God, brothers and sisters in real life. You know what I'm saying? That's
except I got questions about that adopted sister of yours. You know, I got questions. As you know, she's the black sheep of the family. I'm ready to listen.
Yeah. Now look, after this show, I'm going to sleep. There is no back behind. It is 3 in the morning. It's almost 3:30. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all though. I come back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow again, we doing Evil Isms live. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that. It's a real loud, mellow show, but we turn up. You know what I'm saying? On a lot of people, a lot of celebrities, people, everybody you probably know on social media. You know what I'm saying? And even some real life stuff sometimes. We kind of turn up. I got some stuff to ask y'all about a situation I don't have a clip for, but we definitely gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? All right, so I love you guys. I can't say it no more. Thank y'all so much for the panel. Y'all look great. Good night, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Y'all my peoples. Good night, y'all. Good night. Good night, evolutionaries. Here we go.
Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. For the love, for the love, for the love, for the love. For the love, for the love, for the love. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. For the love, for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love of it all. For the love, for the love, for the love. Swear I just wanna be somebody. Outside trying to meet somebody. Said we just way too dumb and drunk. And I be say I'm 21. I don't know what to just be bored. Tell you what, let me dream. Take it someplace you ain't never been. If we break up, then don't make a scene. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. For the love, for the love, for the love, for the love. For the love, for the love, for the love. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. For the love, for the love, for the love, for the love, for the love of it all. For the love, for the love, for the love. Don't always know what to say, but I can't let you go. Where we going after this? Hey, you never know. One thing I know for sure is everything will end. Meet me in the next life and we can try again.